visit West Cancer Center and Clinic today just to show my appreciation for over the years. I had several family members that come through here and been patients of this clinic, so I just really wanted to show up and show them my support, show them my how thankful I am just for them being them. I got a aunt. My aunt, she's currently here. She has cancer. My grandmother had cancer. My uncle had cancer, and they all came through these doors. And I just want to show up and just really thank them for what they do, because it ain't an easy job. It's kind of hard. You know what I mean? Just seeing people in those conditions. Some people be more down than others. Some be all right. It's really just be all about timing. Even the ones that be all right, it's they only last for so long, but they do a hell of a job. And I just want to come and congratulate them, just let them know they appreciate it.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to MTGB Crime Podcast. Today we're gonna be going over the young Dolph case. They ended court yesterday at 5 p.m. and they will be back at 9:30. So I'm gonna go over some videos from a couple years ago and also some clips from the trial yesterday. Shout out to everybody in the building. Please drop down in the comments and let me know who's here. And if you have not subscribed to the channel yet, please make sure you do that. So we're gonna jump right into it. So the first video is about the Mercedes that was stolen and to be used in this case.
Arrest in connection to the killing of beloved Memphis rapper Young Dolph.
Shondell Barnett, the man you about to see here, is from Memphis, but he's accused of helping Justin Johnson evade arrest in another state. He's now facing charges of being an accessory after the fact.
All right, on top of that, Justin Johnson and Cornelia Smith are charged with first-degree murder and a list of other crimes. U.S. Marshals teamed up with Memphis Police and the District Attorney's Office for an update today.
Yeah, we brought you that news conference live this afternoon. Authorities shared details of their investigation and what led them to Justin Johnson, as well as how Cornelia Smith had been in custody tied to the carjacking of a white Mercedes.
And it is that same Mercedes officers say was used as the getaway car in Young Dolph's murder. We now know that car was stolen from a woman at a gas station in East Memphis.
Yeah, police say they discovered Smith's fingerprints on the car. WREG's Shay Arthur tracked down the owner of that white Mercedes and has her reaction to the unfolding of this case tonight. Shay?
Hey, Stephanie. Hey, Greg. Yeah, as you can imagine, she said the last few months have been pretty tough. It was actually that car owner's relative that was driving the car at the time of the crime. She was actually on the phone with her when it happened. Take a listen to this. As investigators searched for Young Dolph's killers, they looked for this white Mercedes. We've now learned it was stolen from a woman at this gas station off Kirby Road a week before the murder. The 22-year-old driver at the time, who made the quick stop just after 7:30 at night, had borrowed the car from a relative. We talked to that relative today. For safety concerns, she asked us not to identify her.
And I'm just so glad that she wasn't killed, because these guys are killers.
The victim told police 2 men armed with assault rifles came up and demanded the car. One of them hit her in the face with the barrel of the gun. The young woman called her relative as this happened. She didn't immediately give up the car.
When she calls you when this is happening, what is going through your mind?
I really thought they were going to kill her. I mean, that's all I was thinking. I'm going to hear, her die right here on the phone. She's going off, and she was standing up for herself, and even at one point, kept them from possibly putting her in the car with them.
Eventually, the men got the car keys and drove off. A week later, a picture of the car is broadcast out, believed to be the getaway car in Young Dolph's murder. Then, days later, officers discovered it behind an abandoned home in Orange Mound. The victim's relative tells us the young woman still has anxiety from the incident.
A little trauma resurfaced just from all of it coming back up. It was really hard on her.
She says while she only had the Mercedes, her dream car for a few months, property can be replaced. She now thinks of young Dolph's family as they deal with their loss.
My heart goes out to the people that were, hurt by this group of people that are not okay.
And reminds everyone tonight to always stay alert wherever they go. And other people could possibly be connected to that carjacking. If you think you know anything, call Crime Stoppers. That number, 901-528-CASH. We're live downtown tonight. Shay Arthur, WREG, Channel 3.
Y'all, please smack that thumbs up for me, and welcome to my
We still
channel.
have a little bit of a crowd right beyond the barricade there. The closest to the building where this happened, and they're still trying to see what's going on. You can see now tow trucks are being brought in. Now, we do know that we have heard that there are still some vehicles up there that may have been involved in this. I don't know young Dolph's vehicle. It may still be up there, but we do have some tow trucks. We've seen 2 that have come through, and this one going through now, maybe actually getting ready to remove some of the vehicles that may have been involved in this. We have not gotten close enough to actually see any of those vehicles, and I know Jarita talked about what type of vehicles that young Dolph had, and how he had bulletproof vehicles and that kind of thing, and not being sure what he was in at that time. But all of this obviously, apparently, happened inside the store when he was outside of the vehicle, possibly. This is what we're hearing, that talk that's going around now. But they're moving in with the tow trucks to move some of the vehicles out. Police now going in beyond the barricade. But it really has quieted down here a lot with the citizens that are just standing around, but still some, but not as many as it was before when this initially happened.
All right. Thank you, April. April, I have a question for you. Does it appear that any active search is going on in that area? I know you said police haven't been telling you much, but does it look like they're searching for anyone?
We can't tell whether they're searching for anyone or not, but we know they're talking to a lot of people. Now, we have seen a lot of police officers in uniform talking to people. And as you know, Stephanie and Alex, there are probably tons of undercover plainclothes police officers that are out here now and getting out in the community, talking to people who knew him, talking to people that may have known any kind of beefs that may have existed between him and anybody else. So I'm sure they're out doing that. And that individual that I talked to and said they were meeting with the higher ups, they're probably saying the same thing, that they're out trying to talk to people because, as we said, somebody knows what happened. Somebody knows that this was going to happen, and somebody knows where the people who did this are right now. So what they're trying to do is to get out in the streets and talk to people and get people to open up. A lot of times when things happen, and we know it in our community, when crime happens, people don't want to say anything. They want to be quiet. They don't want to get involved. And they're hoping, because of who young Dolph was, that might prompt some people to finally say something, saying enough is enough. I know something. I'm going to, say what I know. And that's what it's going to take to help police to kind of solve this, too. That's why they say the community involvement is so important, because the people are the eyes on the streets, and they know anything that's going on, and they know when it's happened, and they know what happens afterwards. And that's what they're going to kind of depend on as well to be able to get this solved, Stephanie.
All right. Thank you, April. We're going to let you go back and gather some more information, and we'll check back with you a little later.
Right now at 5, 3 men in police custody in the young Dolph murder case. The Shelby County District Attorney's Office and Memphis Police Department with new developments over the past 24 hours. A third man, Shondell Barnett, is facing charges of accessory after the fact to first-degree murder, accused of assisting Justin Johnson as he evaded law enforcement. Justin Johnson and Cornelia Smith are both in custody and have been indicted. Now, both are charged for first-degree murder. Smith is being held without bond tonight. Well, Brad Broders is live at the still-growing Young Dolph Memorial on Airways. That's where the rapper was shot and killed November 17th. So, Brad, what kind of help did authorities get in the case?
Well, Rudy, in the nearly 2 months since the shooting death of young Dolph inside this store, law enforcement received hundreds of tips and leads, which led to the cross-country manhunt and capture of one suspect, the charging of another suspect locally, and potentially more arrests to come.
We do what we do, and we do it for the safety of our community.
It really speaks to the work that these guys and gals do every day.
Federal and local law enforcement revealing new details on a nearly 2-month-long investigation and the relentless search for the men accused of shooting and killing Memphis rapper young Dolph, Justin Johnson, and Cornelius Smith.
From day one, there were leads, and these investigators have been on the trail.
U.S. Marshals took Johnson into custody Tuesday near Terre Haute, Indiana, several days after authorities announced a warrant and reward for his arrest. Johnson waived extradition Wednesday morning, and Marshals said he'll soon be transferred back to Memphis.
He will go before a judge in this building, go before a federal magistrate and have an initial appearance.
Tuesday, we also learned about Smith, the second suspect, also indicted in Dolph's murder and already being held in DeSoto County on a separate charge. Authorities say they're confident Johnson and Smith are the men in this surveillance video taken moments before young Dolph was shot on November 17th at Makita's Cookies on Airways Boulevard in Memphis.
We can't say 100%, but we have enough information to have push this particular case to the point that it is now and pursue this in a court of law. There was enough evidence, enough material evidence, enough support and witnesses to be able to get this case to this point.
Memphis Police Chief C.J. Davis told the public the young Dolph shooting cases are ongoing and still very active.
We, continue to conduct this investigation. There's no telling where it could potentially lead. There could be other individuals that are implicated in this particular homicide.
Now, authorities also said this afternoon they're not ready to release what they believe is a potential motive in the shooting of young Dolph here on November 17th. A spokesperson for the family of Dolph said they loved ones are not ready to add additional comment, but Memphis Police Chief C.J. Davis said this afternoon she believes the family would be relieved about the significant developments in this case. Reporting live in the Memphis airport area, I'm Brad Broders, report.
It really is sad because it was all about money. And from what I'm hearing, one of the guys admitted to doing it on the stand yesterday. And so this trial is not expected to go long at all. Like I said, it ended at 5 p.m. yesterday and it's starting again at 9:30 p.m. So they cross-examined the guy that y'all heard him talking about, Cornelius Smith. And after a brief recess. So there was a lot of back and forth between the two and how much Smith was actually paid for the young Dolph shooting, as the attorney alleges that Smith's first attorney was paid thousands of dollars. So the attorney then questioned Smith, Cornelius Smith, which is the third guy on this banner right here. And then we got Justin in the middle. And so, like they said, they was on to them in the very beginning. And so the attorney then questioned Smith about his honesty and whether he was telling the truth to the investigators and his girlfriend. So Smith tells the attorney that he killed young Dolph on his daughter's birthday and then made promises to his girlfriend. And when the attorney asked Smith if he was lying to her, he said that he was just spitting game. So Justin, after the shooting, Justin Johnson FaceTimed Big Jook, I think I'm saying his name right, and used sign language to tell him about Dolph's shooting. So this is the brother of young Gotti. He was unalived. I guess he came in town for a funeral at this place, and they unalived him right in this parking lot. It was a restaurant is what they said, but it's also it's a plaza and it's a church attached and all of that stuff. And so they're saying that he put a hit out on young Dolph for $100,000, and this guy only got paid like $500 is what I'm hearing. So let's get into it. He said that he FaceTimed Big Jook and told him basically what he had did. So while describing the shooting, Smith admitted that he didn't feel any emotion at that time. He said, I didn't feel nothing at that time. I ain't gotta lie. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Smith said. I was just trying to get some money. That is absolutely ridiculous. So however, he did say he was in pain after being shot in the shoulder. So after leaving the scene, he and Johnson went to an apartment complex where he gotten his injury looked at. So Smith explained that he began to feel remorse in the aftermath of the shooting. He said, I didn't even know Dolph. That's just, man. He said, I felt stupid. I knew I messed up. Smith said he was supposed to get paid $40,000 following the death of young Dolph. But instead, he got $500 and a letter. He said he flushed the letter down the toilet. So Cornelius Smith, allegedly the second gunman at the Makita scene, has taken a stand in the trial. And so we're going to get into the trial from yesterday. So shown in the video of the shooting in the court, Smith says, that's me, identifying himself as the first gunman firing at young Dolph. Asked who the second shooter was, and he said it was Justin. We made the block and started shooting. Smith said he and Johnson have been looking for Dolph after learning there was $100,000 hit on him. He says he knew Dolph would be around because he would frequently do turkey giveaways, and this was right at that time. It was actually, November 17th when they unalived him. And young Dolph did a lot for the community. A lot of people was hurt behind his death. Like, everybody don't do charitable work. Everybody don't give back to the community, but young Dolph was one of those who did. So after nearly 3 years, the trial for one of the men charged in connection of the deadly attack of the rapper Young Dolph began Monday. Justin Johnson, aka Young Drop, is the first defendant in the case. He is pleaded not guilty to all charges, which is first-degree murder. So let me put these videos back.
I decided to visit West Cancer Center, the clinic today, just to show my appreciation for, over the years. I had several family members that come through here and been patients of this clinic, so I just really wanted to show up and show them my support, show them my how thankful I am just for them being them.
The state's request.
I got my aunt, she's currently here. She has cancer. My grandmother had cancer. My uncle had cancer. And they all came through these doors. And I just wanted to show up and just really thank them for what they do. Because it ain't an easy job. It's kind of hard. You know what I mean? Just seeing people in those conditions. Some people be more down than others. Some be all right. It's really just be all about timing. Even the ones that be all right, it's it only lasts for so long, but they do a hell of a job. And I just wanted to come and congratulate them and let them know they appreciate it. Just kind of tell me why we're here.
Okay. Shout out to everybody in the building. Good morning, Young Riaz. Welcome in. If you have not subscribed, y'all, please do. Please smack that thumbs up.
That to meet the family members and whom you're going to know, because they'll probably be brought in very shortly together, that their faces not be filmed as they come in and out of court, okay? Or that their faces not be filmed. I'm going to, this is a security risk. This is a high security issue, and trial that we're trying to get this week. So for the safety of the families, I'm going to order that you not film their faces. The first two witnesses the state has informed me will be family members. The court has no problem with you filming chest down, feet, but not their faces. You understand?
I understand.
Any questions?
Yes. As long as we can do our due diligence. I mean, actually, listen, because I know nothing of this case and know nothing of anything here. I'm from out of state.
Yes, sir.
So I want to make sure that I do what you tell me. So I have
So
to say.
The public information person, Ms. Whitaker, will let you know.
Okay.
This is gonna be her job for right now.
Okay.
So let you know when family members are coming in, for you not to film those faces. And I'm telling you now, the first two witnesses, we won't be filming their faces.
Gotcha.
All right? From that point, then the state's going to let you know, or let me know to let you know,
Okay.
who, or the defense about with the faces that don't need to be shown. Okay?
Move her down there.
She got a job. All right, what's the third one?
Let's go ahead and tender to the court so Your Honor can go ahead and sign it. There's a stipulation with regard to the first witness, the corpus witness,
Yes, sir.
that Mr. Evans and I have already signed and tendered to you.
So let me make sure I understand this. So the corpus witness will be testifying, but won't be showing photos.
The corpus witness will be testifying, but will not show any autopsy photos. The corpus witness is shown.
So this is a stipulation of fact. I shall read it into the record right now. You have an objection to that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The parties in this matter, the state of Tennessee, represented by Carl Hagerman and Iris Williams, and the defendant, Justin Johnson, represented by Luke Evans, respectfully have agreed to the following. The victim in this case is Adolph Thornton Jr. He was a living person who is now deceased. Adolph Thornton Jr. was, as you will hear in later testimony, the same person that autopsy 2021-2619 was performed upon. These are facts agreed to by the parties and may be accepted as true without the need for a witness or further proof. This is a stipulation made in all homicide cases so that family members of the victim do not have to be autopsy pictures of the victim. It's so stipulated and approved by the court.
I'll grab that. I'll grab that from your clerk.
Welcome in, James Money.
And the final thing. Yes, ma'am. We'll do it with the corpus witness, who will be our first witness.
Okay.
So Ms. Williams can get that from your clerk here in a second. The final thing is Mr. Evans and I have both worked hard and had numerous meetings with each other in an attempt to sort of go ahead and address and sort of pre-trial, many of the pre-trial sort of matters. So let me put one thing on the record to sort of allay any concerns Mr. Evans may have, but also give the court the heads up. And it may be that with a couple of these witnesses, before they actually testify, we may need to have the jury out so your honor can admonish the witnesses with regard to one thing. There are other acts of violence. I think I mentioned other acts of violence that are related to this case that at least two of the prospective witnesses are aware of or present for, and these are acts of violence in which Mr. Johnson also personally engaged. Whether or not those are relevant to this case, it's the state's intention not to put on evidence or elicit testimony with regard to these other acts in this trial. And that's something Mr. Evans and I have talked about sort of at length, and we've come to sort of that understanding with each other. And so before that particular witness testifies, I think it'd be smart to have the jury out and just instruct the witness again that we're not going to talk about those other crimes. Obviously, that's for our case in chief and for direct. Where cross-examination goes or whatever is a different story. But I want to lay any concerns. I won't be talking about other crimes or other acts of violence in my opening or anything like that. Our plan is to proceed on this act.
Anything else to add to that, Mr. Evans?
So the only thing I would add, Your Honor, is obviously Mr. Johnson in no way concedes that he committed any of the other acts. But other than that, what Mr. Hagerman said is accurate, and we've met and understanding about that.
Thank you. We probably need to make that stipulation an exhibit.
We can
you want to do that now, or you want to wait?
Well, we can do it with this one second, Judge, if Your Honor wants to.
Anything else?
Judge, I just have one issue to bring to the court's attention, when we were doing jury selection, I made a motion to allow Mr. Johnson to sit at counsel table based on his rights to a fair trial and to assistance of counsel. Your Honor denied that motion initially. I'm renewing that same motion today so that he can be allowed to sit at counsel table and assist us during the trial. And one case in point is, as Your Honor remembers, one of the jurors that we voir dired gave his impressions, and we voir dired on it somewhat, about getting the sense if somebody wasn't engaged in with the lawyers, that would give him a sense that they didn't really care about their case. Although other jurors didn't state that on the record, that is the concern for prejudice of Mr. Johnson and his right to a fair trial. Also, his ability to converse with us via table, be able to view things without us having to turn around when the trial's going on, is paramount to him being able to fully exercise his right to counsel.
During jury selection, I specifically remember you asking a particular juror, was her thoughts about the defendant and what he may or may have not done in the past affected by the fact that he wasn't sitting at counsel table. And she specifically said, no, that didn't have anything to do with why she felt the way she felt. That juror was stricken, but you had the ability at that time, as you needed, to ask how people thought about that. So I'm going to continue to deny that request.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And before we get started, juror number 4 was a no-show, and so she has been excused.
Ready, Your Honor?
Yes.
Right. Jury's not getting into the court.
You can remain standing. You raise your right hand. When I finish, you just all say, I will. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to well and truly try the issues that traverse herein, joined between the state of Tennessee and the defendant, Justin Johnson, upon a true bill of indictment, charging him with the offenses of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, murder in the first degree, and convicted felon in possession of a firearm, a true deliverance make, and a true verdict render, according to the law and evidence, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning.
Good morning.
Before we begin the trial, I would like to tell you a little bit about what will happen during the course of the proceedings. I want to describe basically how the trial will be conducted and what the attorneys, jurors, and the judge will be doing over the course of the trial. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions on how you are to go about reaching your decision. But now I simply want to explain how the trial will proceed. The defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state law. The document containing the charges is referred to as an indictment. An indictment is the formal accusation charging the defendant with a crime and is not evidence of anything. The defendant has pled not guilty to all the charges. He is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless, after hearing all of the evidence, attorney's arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find that the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The first step in the trial will be the attorney's opening statements. The state will tell you about the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea what the state's case is about. This opening statement is not evidence. Its only purpose is to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will attempt to prove. Not say anything. You also should not discuss this case among yourselves until I instruct you on the law and you start.
In furtherance of said conspiracy, one or more of the parties of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath, present versus Justin Johnson. It's an indictment in 3 counts. Count 1 is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 2 is murder first degree. And count 3 is convicted felon in possession of a firearm. This is count 1 of the indictment. State of Tennessee, Criminal Court, Shelby County, September term of 2022, count 1. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath present that Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, and Jermarcus Johnson, between June the 1st of 2021 and March the 1st of 2022, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, with premeditation, and with the intent to commit the offense of first-degree murder, as classified in Tennessee Code Annotated 3913-202, against the person of Adolph Thornton Jr., enter into an agreement with each other to commit the said offense. The said Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, and Jermarcus Johnson, acting for the purpose of promoting or facilitating the commission of the said offense, and agreeing that one or more of them would engage in conduct which constitutes the said offense. In furtherance of said conspiracy, one or more of the parties to the conspiracy committed an overt act, to wit, Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, traveled to 2370 Airways Boulevard and killed Adolph Thornton Jr. Cornelius Smith traveled to 2370 Airways Boulevard and killed Adolph Thornton Jr. Hernandez Govan solicited both Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, and Cornelius Smith to kill Adolph Thornton Jr. Jermarcus Johnson aided in Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop's, hideout and escape after the killing of Adolph Thornton Jr. Aided communication between Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, and Cornelius Smith after the killing of Adolph Thornton Jr. and facilitated payments to Cornelius Smith for the killing of Adolph Thornton Jr. All of which is in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 3912-103 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed by the District Attorney General for the 30th Judicial District. Count 2, State of Tennessee, Criminal Court of Shelby County, September term 2022. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee, duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath, present that Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, Cornelius Smith, Hernandez Govan, on November 17, 2021, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Adolph Thornton Jr. in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 3913-202 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, again, signed by the District Attorney General for the 30th Judicial District. Count 3, State of Tennessee, Criminal Court of Shelby County, September term 2022. The grand jurors of the state of Tennessee duly selected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire for the body of the county of Shelby, Tennessee, upon their oath, presented Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, on November 17, 2021, in Shelby County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully and knowingly possess a firearm, having been convicted of a felony offense that qualifies under Tennessee Code Annotated 3917-1307B1A on May the 2nd, 2017, in Division 8 of the Criminal Court of Shelby County, Tennessee, under docket number W17-00355, in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 3917-1307 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Going in reverse order, that third count was convicted felon in possession of a firearm. That second count was murder in the first degree. And that first count, the long one, was conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree. It's signed by the foreperson of the grand jury, a true bill having been returned on November the 10th of 2022.
Mr. Justin Johnson, how do you plead?
Not here. Mr. Johnson, please not guilty.
Thank you.
and welcome to Memphis. Two things first. I told you last week. There's going to be cameras. There's going to be TV cameras. You hear them clicking, you know, right now. When you stood up to take the oath, you probably heard them clicking too. But like we told you last week, and what the judge has instructed each and every one of them, is they cannot film y'all at all. When those cameras were clicking when you stood up to take the oath, they were taking pictures of the judge. As I'm talking to you now, they're taking pictures of me, but not y'all at all. Not at all. Second thing, like I told you last week, we don't have the big windows looking out into the city. We don't have the fancy wood benches in the back. Our room is a third of the size of what we were in last week. That wood behind it, probably not even wood. We got a lot of carpet. But in Memphis talk, we still call this a courtroom. And in this courtroom, the words we talked about last week, presumption of innocence, elements, cases, charges, criminal responsibility, they're not just words. They're the law, and we take an oath to take them seriously and to follow them, even without the fancy wood benches or the big windows. We call this a courtroom. And in here, our job is to apply the law to the facts and to do what's right. Welcome to Memphis. Welcome to Memphis, November the 17th of 2021, in the middle of the afternoon, just after noon, about 12:20, 12:21, 2, 3, 4, in the afternoon. Yes, sir. You can stop there. Can everybody see it? Yes, sir. This is Memphis, Tennessee. This neighborhood is close to the airport. It's called Orange Mound. It is a historic neighborhood in Memphis. One of the first predominantly black neighborhoods that had so much history, so much art and culture, and of such, you know, significance that it used to be compared to Harlem in New York City. There was a time when it was particularly vibrant.
Welcome in, Browns.
Theater, arts.
Shout out to everybody in the building. 30 in the building. Please smack that thumbs up, y'all.
It is.
It's free.
Less than 15 minutes from this building. Like I said, it's by the airport. In the 80s and 90s, it became riddled with crime, with drugs, with poverty, with gangs. It is trying hard nowadays to make a resurgence, to go back to what it was. There are families that have lived there for decades, generations. There are businesses and other things that have been there for decades. What we're looking at here is one of those Memphis businesses, a family business. This is the storefront of Makita's Cookies. This is the front of the store. This is his parking lot in front of it. Makita's Cookies.
Shout out to Riders in the building.
They sell butter cookies, basically. Some have icing on them. This is simple butter cookie. People say they're real good. In Memphis, they say they're fire. So we got a cookie store that sells fire butter cookies in the middle of the day at 12:21 in the afternoon.
You're standing in front of
You can stop it here. All right. So in 2021, people thought that was like a Lamborghini or something because they hadn't seen the new Corvettes yet, really. They weren't around. That is, in fact, one of those new Corvettes. It has a special wrap on it, is what they call that. It's not something you can buy, from the dealership. You have to get that done yourself. We'll hear that's a special rap that the Memphis rapper artist, Young Dolph, had on several of his vehicles. There's a couple times in this video we'll just have to wait, but it's a matter of seconds, and it's the last seconds of his life, so we can wait for him. Feel stuff there first. All right. This taller man here in the yellow shirt, blue jeans, white shoes. His name is Adolph Thornton Jr. You've heard me read it a couple times now. He grew up in Memphis. The neighborhood he grew up in was Castalia, not terribly far from this, also a neighborhood in South Memphis. You'll see a member of his family testify this week. She'll tell you a little bit about his background and his family. I'll tell you a little bit about him right now, though. He is an ambitious young man who is a rapper, Memphis rapper, who rapped about the things that he saw growing up and that he sees in his neighborhood in Memphis. Some of that is drugs, some of that is violence, some of that is crime, some of that is gangs. Whether or not we agree or disagree as to whether or not that subject matter, are things we should be listening to or not, I can assure you it's real. He rapped about stuff that is real. He rapped about stuff that was real. And one of the things that meant everything to him in terms of what is real is he wanted to make it for himself. He wanted to make it for himself. He wasn't interested. He wasn't interested in joining others. He wasn't interested in being promoted by other people. He was all about making it himself. He felt like when he grew up, he called it his come up. That's what he called it, his come up. That it was rough and hard, that it was important, that he got through it himself and he wanted to make it for himself. And he made it for himself as a rapper, as an artist. Young Dolph became famous. Shortened to Dolph. Very famous. Wanted to make it by himself. Wanted to be self-made. But it wasn't just about him. Because he also wanted a record label. He wanted to promote other artists. He wanted to make them famous. And so he started not just his own rap career, but a record label that's called Paper Route Empire. Paper Route. Like a young man or woman would have to make money on the side throwing papers. But also a play on the word paper. Because in Memphis, slang for money, paper. It's sometimes abbreviated PR, Paper Route Empire. And that is Dolph and the rappers that he promoted. Trying to make it on your own is obviously hard. In this game, trying to make it on your own can create enemies. PRE, Paper Route Empire, his label, is not the only label in Memphis. He's not the only famous rapper in Memphis. Another label, CMG, Cocaine Music Group. And they became an enemy. They wanted Dolph under their label. But he turned down millions. Wanted to do it himself. The second time, they wanted Dolph under their label. But he turned down many millions. I want to do it myself. And in this game, whether it's smart or not, there are things called, in Memphis, we call them diss tracks, DISS. A rap where I make insult level whatever sort of insults and everything else I want to in the song itself. And Dolph had plenty of those. And he had plenty of those directed at this other label, the Cocaine Music Group, at their artist, and at their number 2 person. His name is Big Joe, the number 2 person of Cocaine Music Group. Through the years, I'm talking years before what we're going to watch, having nothing to do with Mr. Johnson on trial, there were highly publicized incidents of violence directed by CMG against Dolph. He even wrote songs about it, bulletproof, 100 rounds. And also spewed out the disses and the insults. Stop it there. This man here got out of the car with Dolph. That's his brother. His name's Marcus Thornton. His brother, his friend. This thing that we're about to watch is having terrible impact on Marcus. Not just his brother and his friend, but he also works security for Dolph. In fact, as Marcus walks in the cookie store, he has a gun on this person, and he has another gun in the car. Dolph is well aware of the threats and the violence from CMG that were constantly hanging over him and his people. We'll wait 30 seconds. Solid there. That car that just drove up came from this side of the parking lot. It actually been following Dolph on the street when Dolph turned it and it went up to this light where it got stopped for a few seconds and then came around. It's a white Mercedes. There's other pictures where you'll be able to see it more clearly. But it's a white Mercedes with back end damage back here on the back passenger side of the car. It's a stolen car. It's a stolen car that our defendant here, Justin Johnson, traded for one car for another at a gas station about 10 hours before this murder happened. This man got out of the passenger side of the white Mercedes. Door is still open. We saw him run to the parking lot. He's here with a large semi-automatic weapon. He's in a hoodie, he's got sweatpants, and he's got white shoes. We'll see a second man come out of the car too. Those 2 men that we're gonna see come out of the car, they're gonna gun Dolph down. He's inside the business. He has walked over to sort of where the bathrooms are in the business. He's as close as I am to y'all. There's the window, and he's getting shot through the window. Both of these men will shoot. This one in particular, it looks like he's never shot this type of gun before. It's because he probably hadn't. The second man out of the car who's driving is our defendant, Justin Johnson. Neither one of these men are professional hitmen. It looks like they don't take tactical shooting stances because they don't. Let's watch Mr. Johnson get out of the car. You can stop it here. This is Dolph here. Remember, he was wearing the yellow. This is Marcus. Remember, I told you he had a gun. He tries to return fire as these two men quickly shoot Dolph. Dolph's body's riddled with bullets. He shot all in the back, in the face, in the neck, in his arms.
Wow.
The first man out was Cornelius Smith, and he has that semi-automatic weapon shooting wildly into Dolph. The second man out was Justin Johnson, who has a handgun, who's firing at Dolph as he lays on the ground. Marcus Thornton starts firing back once he hears the shots.
That's
Now we see
disgusting,
him
man.
emerge from the building. Can't tell in the video, but Marcus actually hits Cornelius in the shoulder. Shoot back. I'm going to spend some time with two things. This Mercedes, these two people, Justin and Cornelius, they didn't fall outside on a Wednesday at 12:20 in the afternoon. Have cookies for them. They had been looking. They had followed them. And for them, this is just business. This was just business. They don't even know each other that well. Let's start with Cornelius.
What an idiot.
Cornelius is from this neighborhood, Orange Mountain. He's in his early 30s now. Cornelius has had serious drug problem. He does ecstasy and Percocet. He gets his drugs over on Bradley Street, just over 2 miles from the scene, from a man whose name you've heard, Hernandez Gobin. They don't call him that, though. They call him Quet. His middle name is Marquette, and it's shortened to Quet. So Cornelius gets his drugs from Quet. Quet is what in Memphis we call an old head, older guy, lives in the neighborhood, lifelong criminal, in and out of jail through the years. Quet sells drugs. Quet gambles on sports like crazy, online sports stuff. And then Quet tries to identify young rappers and tries to shop them to CMG, hoping to get a cut, hoping to hit it big. Years ago, he and his brother missed out on one of those big rappers. But Quet knew a young rapper who he was in the process of shopping to CMG. And that young rapper is Justin Johnson, who goes by Straight Drop. Sometimes I just call him Drop. So Quet's the common person. He knows Cornelius from the neighborhood, knows him well, sells drugs. He knows Justin Johnson. He's trying to get him to be the next CMG rapper. But not just that. The business is not just rap. Because Big Jook, person I told you about before, the number 2 guy at CMG, he's put out a hit. A hit. $100,000 to whoever kills Dolph. He has met with Justin. He has met with Cornelius. And they think they're ready to do it. They're definitely willing to do it. For Cornelius, it would be 50 grand, I guess, that he could waste away on Percocets and ecstasy. For Justin, it's 50 grand, but also a chance to make it big with CMG. To become the next famous Memphis rapper. Straight Drop. They were sent here. They were sent here. They're not professional hitmen. Not even monsters. I'm not going to call anybody a monster. This is just business produced it. Money for Cornelius, money and rap fame for Justin Johnson. They did the best they could, really. Stolen car, better to use a stolen car that can't be traced back to me. When we still shot the video, you'll see that they're wearing gloves. Afterwards, the guns get disappeared. The car gets ditched in a neighborhood and wiped down and moved and wiped down and moved. Their plan is to go their separate ways and just disappear into Memphis. They did the best they could. I guess they could have gotten away with it. You get the guns gone, you get the car wiped down, you get the car hidden for long enough. You're wearing masks, you're wearing hoodies, you're wearing gloves. You do it so quick, but it takes seconds. You get in, you get out, you get separate, you get disappear, and I guess you get away with it. There's a problem there, though. There's a problem there. Still staring at us. One of the big problems. It's not 1981. It's not 1991. It's not even 2001 when I started this building. It's 2021. It's 2021. And what I started talking to you about when I first stood up, what you didn't think about, what we don't think about almost ever anymore. These places have cameras. Places have cameras. It's the hotel lobby. It's walking into the building. It's this courtroom out. A lot of places that have cameras. And also what we don't think about, we didn't have to in 1981 or 91, whatever, is we carry phones around. Phones that can give people clues as to where we were, what was going on. We can wipe down cars. We can use stolen cars. We can get rid of guns. We can disappear in neighborhoods. We can separate from each other. But it's 2021. I guess I didn't think about that. We were back up the video about 3 or 4 seconds. All right, let me just up there. All right, so what we saw before was this man first. Remember the one with the automatic weapon, the larger of the 2 weapons? He got out of the car first from the passenger side. He ran around and shot the gun wildly into Dolph. We're concerned in this trial, and Mr. Smith is charged with murder too. So is Mr. Godin. And we've heard that Jamarcus is charged with conspiracy, but in this trial, this is Justin Johnson's trial. This is Justin Johnson. He's wearing tennis shoes that have white soles. See this one better in the shot. White soles, they're black with a little white stripe. There are times in the video where you can see his socks, and they're white socks. He's wearing gray sweatpants. In fact, there's angles in the video that you can see that this gray sweatpant on this left leg has a little silver-like emblem on it, real small, it's shiny sometimes. He's wearing gloves. See, made it better there. He's wearing a black hoodie. He's wearing a mask, and he's wearing a Bass Pro hat. All right, so black tennis shoes.
Right under the camera.
White stripe up the middle of the tennis shoes. White socks.
Pointless.
Gray sweatpants. There is a little emblem that you can see in some angles on the leg. Black hoodie. Here during the shooting, he's wearing a mask, and he's got a Bass Pro hat. Bass Pro store is only not even a quarter mile from where we're sitting.
Smile for the camera.
There's other angles and other still shots where you can clearly see it's a Bass Pro hat. And there's other angles where you can see the little emblem that it has on his sweatpants. Color video here. There's a building in Memphis. This happens in the historic neighborhood itself, won't you know? But there's a building in Memphis, it's a historic building. There's only like 10 or 12 of these buildings in the whole United States. They used to be, back 7 years ago, Sears buildings, okay? Huge. Largest square foot building in Memphis for many, many years. At the time, Sears was sort of like Amazon before Amazon existed. Because these big warehouse buildings are where you come and place your orders, and it was, they say, it was quite sort of an amazing thing. The need for those buildings went away. In Memphis, the building was abandoned for decades. There are pictures of it, abandoned. It's crazy because it is the largest square foot building in Memphis, and it's abandoned. In other cities, there are 10 or 12 of these things. Some were abandoned, some have actually been torn down. but a few were repurposed. And in Memphis, over the last 15 years, ours was repurposed and renovated and redone. Amazing building now. It has a high school in it. It has restaurants in it. It has businesses in it. It has a YMCA in it. It has a brewery in it. It has all sorts of things in it. Also has apartments in it. It has 4 floors of apartments. So when you live here, it is a nice place to live. You live sort of like in a shopping mall with restaurants and everything else right there. Okay. Justin Johnson, 2021, has mother and sister that have apartments in that building. The building is 12 stories high. A huge footprint. November 17th, 2021. This is less than an hour before the killing. This is Justin Johnson in the elevator, leaving the building about an hour, a little less than an hour, before the killing. Black tennis shoes, white soles, white stripe up the middle, gray sweatpants, black hoodie, Bass Pro hat. In fact, you'll see picture after picture and video after video. It's the same outfit he was wearing the night before. We'll see him in this outfit from 2 o'clock in the morning, same day, all the way up to leaving the building right before the killing. The exact same outfit as that man in the video. I guess as to what kind of car he got caught leaving it at the parking garage of this building. A white Mercedes with back end damage, just like the one we see in the video. Less than an hour before. If you get rid of guns, you can wipe out cars, you can disappear in neighborhoods. But it's not 1981, it's 2021. And from 2 o'clock that morning to 12:23 the same day, he is called. Again and again. And it's not just before the murder. Cornelius got shot. Can't tell the video. He got shot in the shoulder. He needs medical attention, or at least in some way look at it. You'll see the text messages. You'll see the phone location type stuff. You'll see that Mr. Johnson and Mr. Smith, after they ditch the car in the neighborhood, they have another car waiting. That they go over to Mr. Johnson's cousin's apartment. An apartment complex that used to be called the 2-lane apartments here. Now it's called the Gospel Gardens apartments. We're talking within 45 minutes of the killing. So we have the killing. Cornelius gets shot, ditch the car, get in Johnson's other car. And we go to Johnson's cousin's apartment, 2 lanes. So they can try to abandon Cornelius. So Johnson can change his clothes. So they can try to get away and disappear. How do we know that? Well, their phones, but not just their phones, because again, it's not 1981. That apartment complex has video. You see them arrive in Johnson's other car, which is a white Expedition. You see them from distance walking into the apartment complex. You see Johnson's cousin directing them where to go. You see at this point Cornelius has his shirt pulled up, weirdly because he's been shot in the shoulder. You see Johnson wearing the same clothes. The gray sweatpants, the black shoes, the black hoodie, Bass Pro hat. You see him go inside the apartment. At some point you see Johnson come out. Someone else has brought him a change of clothes. You see Johnson get inside that car, inside the back seat of his friend's car, and change his clothes. No longer in the murder outfit. And you see him leave. To disappear almost. Because later that night, we see Johnson back at that big building called Crosstown. He's in his new clothes that his friend brought him at the apartment complex. And he goes to his apartment, and he packs up, and we'll see him at the elevator with his suitcase and everything else, ready to get the heck out of town. The contract hit a big joke. The hitman found and solicited Hernandez Gomez through the Coquette. The hitman a druggie from the neighborhood, Cornelius, and an aspiring young rapper, straight drop. And they could have gotten away with it, but they didn't. What we watch up here is so quick. And we watch it and we call it violence. That's a man with a family and with a life who's laying at the edge there in the yellow, riddled with bullets, dead. We watch that and we call it violence. For Cornelius Smith and for Justin Johnson, it was just business. They call it business. What we do here this week, in here, we'll see the video plenty of times. We'll see the crosstown videos, the apartment videos, we'll see still shots and everything else. What we do here this week together is not violence and it's not business, it's justice. And at the end of this, we will see that both Cornelius Smith and Justin Johnson are caught. And they're both guilty of murder. They're both guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. And Johnson, as he is a prior felon, is also guilty of convicted felon in possession of a handgun. And if Ian call on video is not enough for you, you'll also hear it from Cornelius Smith's mouth. That's me with the assault rifle killing Dolph. And that's Justin with the handgun with me killing Dolph. Even he realizes he's just called.
Yep. Thank you, Good morning. Good to see you. Thank y'all for being here. It's an important day. It's going to be an important week. As you all sit in judgment and you evaluate the evidence in this case. And as we talked about in Mordier, Mr. Johnson sits before you innocent. And he'll remain that way. Because at the conclusion of this case, once you've viewed all the evidence and heard all the testimony, you will not be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that he did this. Because he did it. Now, Mr. Haggard was a very skilled attorney, did a great opening statement. But there's always two sides. And there are certain things about this case that I'm going to urge you to be paying particular attention to. You heard a little bit about Govan, and I anticipate you'll get to hear from Govan in this case. You already heard they're going to be hearing from Mr. Smith. You know, and Mr. Hagerman talked about Mr. Govan and said he liked to, get an interest in young rappers, right? He liked to exploit. He liked to exploit young rappers, like Mr. Johnson. He brings no skill to the table, but you're going to hear testimony about how he intended. It was his sole mission to get a 30 to 60% piece of Mr. Johnson. You're going to hear him say, oh man, Mr. Johnson was going to go platinum. And he and his god brother had missed out on this golden opportunity for another rapper. And they weren't going to let that go by. They weren't going to let that go by again. And so he gets his claws into Mr. Johnson. All right. And what you're going to hear is as the process goes on, is the idea is that he's going to sign with CMG, Mr. Johnson is. But there comes a point in the road where what Mr. Govan wants, which is a meal ticket, the payday, and what Mr. Johnson wants, differ. And you're going to hear about how they take this trip to Atlanta. And the whole idea is that they're going to go to Atlanta, and this is Mr. Govan's chance. He's got another guy he's going to bring in to help sell the management contract, which is going to give him this massive piece of this young up-and-coming artist. And you're going to hear, this is about September of 21. This is right before November. And you're going to hear that they go to Atlanta to meet Jook, who is one of the higher-ups at CMG. Right? They go to Atlanta, And while in Atlanta, Mr. Johnson decides, I'm not going to go your way. I'm not going to go your way, Govan. I'm not going into business with you. I'm going to do it without you. And at that moment, I anticipate you're going to hear Mr. Govan say he was really mad. He felt some kind of way about the fact that he had, in his mind, his perception was he had done all this to help this up and coming star, and now he was going to be left to the wayside, and he wasn't going to get a piece. And he's so angry that he leaves Mr. Johnson in Atlanta. Leaves him there. Mr. Johnson has to find another way home. You know, Mr. Hagerman talked about, it's not 1981, right? It's 2024 now. It's 21 when this happened. But there are certain things that are as old as time. And that's greed, right? Pride, and deceit. And that's what Mr. Govan has, is greed. And then he gets angry. Because if he can't get a piece of this young artist, nobody can. Nobody can. It's time to tank this one. Because he's not going to go with Govan. And Govan, you're going to hear, and the state has said, is soliciting. He's in the middle of this thing with Dolph. It's going to be important for you through this case to really pay attention to credibility. When you hear witnesses like Govan testifying, why is he saying what he's saying? What's he getting at? He's getting something. And you're going to hear it. He's got a vested interest in making sure that he saves his own hide. And takes this young rapper, this young man, off the board. Since he wasn't going to go with him in the first place. Since he abandoned him. And decided not to share any of his money going forward. The same is to be said for Mr. Smith. You're going to hear from Mr. Smith. And Mr. Hagerman tells you, he says he's going to tell you that was me and Justin. You will also hear about other things Mr. Smith has said during the same time that he's been meeting with the state, meeting with law enforcement, trying to save himself. And while he's doing this, while he's meeting with them and telling them this story, you're also going to hear he's writing letters to his family and telling his family, I didn't really do this. I didn't really do this. I'm just going to get the deal. I just want the deal. I want you to know I didn't do it. I'm just saying what I got to say to get myself home. How much bigger of a motivator could someone have? And it makes you question. If he's saying those things to other people, how do you know the truth? How does the state know the truth before they put him up, right? You're right, 2021. There's video. And I'm going to tell you now, similar clothing doesn't equal the same. Right? Video is going to show what it shows. You're going to be able to watch it, evaluate it, look at it. The crosshand videos and pictures that they show you. Look at them, evaluate them. Absolutely. But similar doesn't mean the same. For mass-produced items, you have to ask yourself, is there anything particularly significant or unique about those items that couldn't have been obtained by another person and worn by another person? And look, if that video on its own and the other part of that was enough, why would we need to hear from these other folks? Why would we need to hear from them? They want you to hear from them. They need you to hear from them because there was references of cell phone information. That cell phone information isn't going to be able to pinpoint where they are or where these phones are. That area has all sorts of other locations in it. You're going to hear, you heard that car was wiped. You're going to hear that they did fingerprint analysis on the car. Cornelius Smith's prints are on the car. Another individual named Kristen Gardner on the car. Another gentleman named Trayon Ingram on the car. You know whose fingerprints aren't on the car? Justin Johnson. And if it was wiped and then moved and wiped, as the state suggests, then how are their prints on? You're going to hear that they did touch DNA, right? So lucky. It's not 1981 anymore. We got touch DNA now. Forensics has come a long way. Crime scene unit went into this car and did several swipes for touch DNA. They don't have anything to say Justin Johnson's DNA. The car that they got, a dude got shot, according to Cornelius Smith. He got shot in the shoulder. No blood in the car. But we're going to hear any forensic analysis about. How is that? These are the things that you as jurors will have to pay particular attention to throughout this case. The shame of it is that people like Govan and Cornelius Smith are going to have an opportunity to come lie to you to your face. That's a shame. And they would. The judge instructed you earlier some of the things to be mindful of among credibility. So they appeared particularly honest. And then there becomes one really important. To what degree does what Cornelius is saying differ from what Govan is saying? Pay attention to that. Why is it different? The truth is one thing, right? One thing. And I'm not talking about inconsequential facts. I'm talking about this was a horrible thing that happened to Adolph Thornton and his family. It wasn't just every day. So why are they telling different stories? So we talked about this in Board Iverson, the idea of keeping an open mind. I'm going to ask you again to do that, to hold any judgment or consideration on that issue until you've heard everything. And remember, I completely agree. This isn't business this week. This is justice. And as we talked about in Board Iron, your job is to mete out justice in this case. Absolutely. A life was lost. Absolutely. But as we talked about in Board Iron, and you all agreed, it's never justice if you convict the wrong person. So I appreciate all of your attention that you're going to provide this week in deciding the fate of Mr. Johnson. Because he didn't kill Adolph Thornton. And he shouldn't be the one that has to take the fall for it. Thank you.
Sounds good, don't it?
The state calls Erica Thornton.
Erica Thornton. Ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting on this first witness to come in, make sure your phones are turned off, please. Phones turned off. And if anyone feels like that they won't be able to, so it's brother relationship, we were all pretty close.
Good morning. Good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the record?
Erica, E-R-I-C-A, Thornton, T-H-O-R-N-T-O-N.
Thank you. Did you know an individual by the name of Adolph Thornton Jr.?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
It's my brother.
What kind of relationship did you both have?
Muslim brother relationship, we were all pretty close. We had a great relationship. Spoke all the time, hung out every chance we could get together. So we had a great relationship.
Okay. And if you were shown a picture of your brother, Mr. Thornton, would you be able to recognize him?
Yes.
And Ms. Thornton, you said, who is that in the picture?
My brother, Adolph.
Okay. Your Honor, I request that this photo be entered into evidence and marked as exhibit number 1.
This is a photograph of who has been described as Adolph Courtroom Jr. wearing a black cap, turned backwards glasses. We'll mark this as exhibit 1 to this one.
No objection.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I have permission to... And Your Honor, may I have permission to publish this to the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Thornton.
Ladies and gentlemen, everything that's marked as an exhibit will go back to you when you deliberate. So you'll have opportunities to examine all the evidence.
So, Ms. Thornton, you're familiar with his family, correct?
Yes.
Does he have any children?
Yes.
How many children does he have?
He has 2.
Okay. When was the last time you saw your brother?
The last time that I saw my brother was in September, right before Labor Day. So 2 months before he was murdered.
Okay. And you did find out that something had happened to him?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know of any funeral service of Mr. Thornton's?
Yes, I planned.
Okay. Did you attend?
Yes.
Okay. My final question, do you miss your brother?
Most definitely.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to read a stipulation of fact into the evidence. It has been signed by both parties and Your Honor.
No objection.
So before you do that, ladies and gentlemen, what she's getting ready to read to you, what she just said is a stipulation between the parties. The parties have chosen to, in order to keep witnesses from having to testify, testify about certain events and things, the parties can stipulate to those facts. So you might hear a few stipulations throughout, and those will be also entered into evidence, and you'll go back. It will go back with you also. Yes.
The parties in this matter, the state of Tennessee, represented by Paul Hagerman and Iris Williams, and the defendant Justin Johnson, represented by Luke Evans, respectively, have agreed to the following. The victim in this case is Adolph Thornton Jr. He was a living person and is now deceased. Adolph Thornton Jr. was, as you will hear in later testimony, the same person that autopsy 2021-2619 was performed upon. These facts agreed to by the parties and may be accepted as true without the need for witness or further proof. This is a stipulation made in all homicide cases so that the family members of the victim do not have to view autopsy pictures of the victim. It is so stipulated and approved by the court. And Your Honor, at this time, I request that the stipulation be entered into evidence and marked as the next number exhibit.
No objection.
This is a stipulation of facts dealing with the agreed upon facts of the witness not having to testify as to a autopsy photo signed by all parties. Who mark as exhibit 2.
Your Honor, at this time, I'll pass the witness.
No questions.
Thank you. Are you next witness?
Call Raul Hopkins.
Step up here, sir. So you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
That's it.
You can face me. You don't have to worry about that microphone. Just sort of keep your voice up, okay?
Yes.
Tell us your name.
Blue Hopkins.
Can you spell your first last name?
BLUEHOPKINS.
You go by Blue, is that right? Or Mr. Blue or something?
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Real names Raul, RAUL, Hopkins, HOPKINS.
Thank you. How old are you?
60. Right.
Do you know Adolph Horton Jr.?
Yes, sir.
How do you know him?
From the neighborhood, family.
What neighborhood?
Castalia.
And tell the jury where Castalia is.
It's South Memphis. It's north of Don.
Is that where, and I'm going to call it, if Adolph Horton Jr., what did you call him?
Young Dolph.
Young Dolph or Dolph?
Dolph, yes, sir.
Is that where Dolph grew up?
Yes, sir.
Were you Dolph's friend
Friend.
for his whole life?
Yes.
Are you also involved in his business?
Yes, sir.
What was your involvement in his business?
I was in security.
And how many years have you been working in security?
7 years.
Job probably quite a bit of travel.
Yes, sir.
A little bit of stress.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about Dolph's record label. What was the name of it?
Paper Out Empire.
And is that Dolph and other artists?
Yes.
Dolph helped promote those other artists?
Yes, sir.
And Dolph would perform sim concerts and things like this?
Yes, sir.
You were in charge of security for many of these things?
Yes, sir.
For some years, it sounds like.
Yes, sir.
Let me pass you this photograph if you've seen it. Tell me what that is underneath that little placard.
That's the PRE chain.
Okay, and PRE, that Paper Route Empire,
Yes, sir.
his label,
Yes, sir.
and he says a chain looks like a necklace or something.
Yes, sir.
Is that Dolph's?
Yes, sir.
Run around, move down the elements of state next under exhibit.
Objection.
This is a picture of a chain, emblem for a chain, PRE, with the placard number 64. Looks like in a pot. We'll mark that as exhibit number 3.
You familiar with a rival rap label?
Yes, sir.
What was its name?
CMG.
It's a cocaine music group.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Does that label have artists and things like it under that umbrella?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the name Julik or Big Julik?
Yes, sir.
And is that person, to your knowledge, affiliated or part of the leadership of CMG?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
You familiar with any sort of rivalry between CMG and Dolph?
Yes, sir.
You familiar with sort of the origins of that rivalry?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
A bus doing shows. We got the Oscar Brown shot up. A few other various things. There's a lot of shit going on.
Okay, well, let me back up, because I think you're talking about incidents that happened. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, let's back up. Do you know, why does CMG have a problem with Dolph at all? You're not familiar with that? Are you familiar with Dolph ever turning down proposals to sign with artists from CMG?
Yes.
Was it important to Dolph that he did it himself?
Yes, sir.
Did he make public statements like that?
Yes, sir.
Did he make statements like that in his rap songs?
Yes, sir.
In his rap songs, did he call out CMG and those artists?
Yes, sir.
In those rap songs, in fact, did he call out Big Jook?
Yes, sir.
Did he say insulting things about Big Jook?
Yes, sir.
Through the years, has that translated into some violence directed against Dolph?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned 2 incidents. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
To be clear, these are incidents that happened in the past. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson, who's on trial now, was not part of it.
No, sir.
Tell me quickly about those 2 incidents.
1 in 15 we was in Charlotte.
What happened in Charlotte?
We just came to the hotel. We was in the Sprinter.
Sprinter van?
Sprinter van, yes, sir. We was sitting there for about 15, 20 minutes. Ran upstairs. Once we got upstairs, got in the room, 2 more people ran up upstairs. They just shot by Sprinter.
Bullet holes?
Bullet holes.
A lot of them?
Yes, sir.
Did Dolph end up even rapping about it?
Yes, sir.
An act of CMG violence?
Yes, sir.
What was the other incident?
The other incident happened in California when he actually got shot
Dolph got shot?
in California.
Perpetrators affiliated with CMG?
Yes, sir.
You can see where security would be stressful.
Yes, sir.
protecting not just your client, but it sounds like your friend.
Yes, sir.
It's just a little piece of paper. Defense counsel saying this. We just passed this for judge. Oh, to the witness. That emblem on that, you familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
And is that CMG?
Yes, sir.
You know, if we just offer that in the evidence, it stays next to somebody's exhibit.
Okay.
This is the letter CMG with cocaine music group under it. Looks like an emblem. We'll mark this as exhibit 4.
I can publish these two exhibits, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is exhibit 3 and 4 for the record. I agree. It's just. I'm publishing the exhibits with the logo of PRE, Paper Root Empire, and CMG, Cocaine Music Group.
Yes, sir.
Can I have Mr. Blue identify some people real quick in the video itself, Your Honor, if you could stop it for a second. I've spoken with defense counsel, and this video will go ahead and admit into evidence. I don't think we need to mark it right now. This is on flash drive.
You don't want to mark it right now?
I don't think we need, we can view it if there's questions, and then we can mark it after he testifies rather than having to load everything back up.
That's fine.
I'm gonna watch a little bit of this, okay? Sure. All right, you can stop there. Are you familiar with this car?
Yes, sir.
Whose car is that?
Yeah, no.
It's one of those new Corvettes.
Yes, sir.
I see that it has a either a paint job or a wrap or something on it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
It's just, he wrapped a lot of his cars.
Okay.
Camouflage.
Okay, so it's like a white and blue sort of camouflage pattern.
No, it's more like white and green.
Okay. And that is something he had several of his vehicles in.
Yes, sir.
All right, you stop it there, Iris. Who is that?
That's young Dolph.
All right. And who is that?
That's his brother.
Is his brother's name Marcus?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Marcus?
Yes, sir.
Has this event had a significant impact on Marcus?
Yes, sir.
Did Marcus sometimes help with Dolph security?
Yes, sir.
Let's go inside the video so we can see it on the inside. Is that the car arriving?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where they were arriving from?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you know if Dolph had been to Nikitas before?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever been there with him?
No, sir.
Had you ever even tried the cookies there?
No, sir.
He ever talked to you about the cookies?
Yes, sir.
Is that Dolph?
Yes, sir.
The chain around his neck? Is that the PRE chain?
Yes, sir.
It's the one that we saw in the exhibit.
Yes, sir.
And there's Marcus behind him.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Have this clear.
Yes, sir.
Mark, last remark is you said it's later on in the trial. No further
Any
questions.
objection about the marking of the exhibit?
Sorry, Judge.
Any objection to the marking of the exhibit?
No objection.
Any questions, Mr. Evans?
No question.
Thank you, sir.
You may question.
You may.
I mean, I don't see no denying or why they're even trying to deny it. It's clear. And so I want to see the next clip. I think it's the one where the guy admits to actually doing it.
It's time to take a break. Once again, do not talk about what you heard. You only just heard a small amount of what you're going to do. So go rest.
Topping your news leader at 4 today.
So welcome in, everybody. What do y'all think about what y'all heard? Have y'all been following this case? Please smack that thumbs up. Like, I'm begging y'all. It is free 99. And shout out to everybody listening on Facebook. Thank y'all for the thumbs up. And thank y'all for listening in. We gonna keep going. And I don't think, let me see, what is the next clip besides this one? I'm gonna let this play, but I'm gonna find
Explosive new allegations this afternoon
I'm gonna let this play, but I'm gonna find another clip in the court
about the murder of Adolph Thornton Jr., known as rapper Young Dolph. That trial got underway today in a Shelby County courtroom. Thanks for joining us, everyone. I'm Alex Coleman. April is on assignment. Justin Johnson, also known as Straight Drop, is...
Oh, and also, I just wanted to say this is for the people that like to listen on speed. Like, my patience is real short. So I want to be able to speed it up and, skip and all that kind of stuff. So shout out to y'all. And again, thank y'all for being here. Subscribe to the channel if you have not too. Thank you.
accused of shooting young Dolph outside a Memphis cookie shop almost 3 years ago. But today, prosecutors told the jury it was actually a man known as Big Jook who ordered the hit. They claim Big Jook was high up a record label, CMG, a rival of young Dolph. Big Jook, who was the older brother of well-known rapper Yo Gotti, was killed earlier this year outside a Hickory Hill nightclub. WREG Shay Arthur has been in the courtroom all day and is live with the latest details. Shay, what have you learned?
Alex, I just stepped out of the courtroom just a short time ago. That testimony is still ongoing. It's really been going on this entire day in this highly anticipated trial that really so many, just not across Memphis, but across the country, have been following. Young Dolph, loved by so many here in the Bluff City. Security here at the court, very, very tight. There's extra police officers up inside there around the courtroom. You have to go through 2 metal detectors to actually get inside that courtroom. And the prosecution and the defense, they've been telling some very different stories about who was to blame here in the rapper's death.
Justin Johnson, one of the men accused of shooting young Dolph outside a Memphis cookie shop, sat stoic in court. Shelby County prosecutor Paul Hagerman painted the picture of the day of the crime for the jury, who was brought in from out of Shelby County. Hagerman says Johnson, an aspiring rapper known as Straight...
Thank you, Good morning. Good to see you. Thank y'all for being here. It's an important day. It's going to be an important week.
Zachary, let me rephrase and apologize. Was Roscoe, were you present when Roscoe FaceTimed Thug?
I don't know.
Not
Oh,
Shannon.
dang. I
All
didn't
right.
mean to have this in there.
Do you remember telling the police that?
My bad. So the video that I just had playing over that, which I'm going to put it back on there. This is the location that Jook was unalived at. And I guess he had came in town for a funeral and they caught him right there in the parking lot.
Hey, look, y'all. But look, stop. Look, back in the day. Tell them to get the VIP tickets for
Today Friday. Tell me to get the guy. This shit sold out. It's sold out. They can't get it. You don't know nothing for sale. You can't get it. Tickets and booth. You know, tickets and booth. Yeah, I know Memphis. I ain't promoting Memphis. I got some rich friends out of town. I don't even need y'all there. Send me that. Send me that. Send me my drop, boy. Hey, look, y'all. But look, stop. Look.
That's really sad that, I mean, God, they took him out for nothing. Hold on, let me turn this music up. I'm going to give y'all time to smack the thumbs up. It's free, y'all. I promise not to charge nobody.
My name's Luke Evans, representing Mr. Jonathan in this case. I'm going to be asking you a few questions, okay? Yes, sir. If there's anything I ask you don't understand, just let me know. If you can't hear me, it shouldn't be a problem. But if for some reason you can't hear me, just let me know, okay? So, you started out today saying, and I think ended by saying you're here to tell the truth, right?
Correct.
And just to be clear, you know the difference between a truth and a lie, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you said you started meeting with law enforcement, but December 9th, really the day you got picked up, and the day after you got picked up in South Haven, right? Or the same day?
Nah, I ain't meet. Like, what you mean by meet back with him?
I mean, they sat down and interviewed you in a room.
Yeah, I talked to them.
And did you tell them the truth?
Nah.
Right? Because specifically they asked you whether or not you'd ever seen that Mercedes, right, and whether you'd been in it, right?
Right.
And you said, never been in it, never seen it, never been in it with Justin Johnson.
Correct.
Right? Okay, just to be clear. How about how many times would you say you've met with the state law enforcement included, right, in preparing to testify to that?
A couple times, 3-4 times.
Okay.
4 times.
Does that include are you including that time back in December, right, when you were picked up?
No.
Okay. So 3 or 4 times since, right? And one of the times you met with them was in March of 22. You remember meeting with them then? Sometime around there?
I don't know the exact months and stuff like that. I got my lawyer involved, so I don't know. I can't just pinpoint exactly what month.
Well, I'll say it like this. You started out with a different lawyer and you ended up with the lawyer you have now, right?
No, sir. He was never hired.
Okay, we got paid.
No, he did not get paid.
Did he get paid?
No.
Did he get $50,000?
He did not. He ain't signed my jacket saying he represented.
That's what I'm asking.
I just talked to him.
That's not what I'm asking.
Right. You asked
He got $50,000.
So
hold on just a second. Ask your question, wait for a response.
So you can't say he's leaving with his money, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, a couple of things specifically. When you as you say it, let's kind of put a timing on this. So you said March, you got your current lawyer, and you went back and met with the government again, right? Or the state.
I don't know what month. Like I said, I can't say where like they need.
But if I told you met with law enforcement around March 13th of 22, does that sound about right?
With the date on it.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. You said you had a change of heart and your conscience started getting to you. You wanted to tell the truth. When did that happen?
Like a couple months after I sold all the way up, while I was in jail. So all the way up. I ain't in my sense like it was wrong.
Okay. So you got December is when you go to jail. December 9th?
Yeah, December 9th.
So a couple of months from then. You sober up, that's when you come to your senses.
Yeah, and then Justin had sent me a letter saying.
Well, I'm not asking you what Justin sent you a letter saying.
What automatically made me come to my senses and like, you know, it was wrong. You know what I'm saying? He said, cut him loose, take the juke, and quit down with me.
Okay. So Mr. Justin, you're saying Mr. Johnson sent you something saying he actually said he didn't do it, right?
Now he didn't say he didn't do it. He said cut him loose and take the juke and quit down with me because they ain't messing with us.
Oh, you mean tell the truth? Because he didn't have anything to do with it. Tell the truth.
Nah, he's saying me take the downfall.
Oh, okay.
Cut him loose, let him go.
Okay.
And tell them get quick and him change clothes and quit with me instead of him.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did you get it directly from Justin Johnson, this cop you're talking about?
I know we got rock me and stuff, but we were talking through the vent. I was in his part, he was in his part. We were talking through the vent.
Did you get it directly from Justin Johnson?
Nah.
Did you see him write?
Did I get? He said, did you get it? Did you get that kite?
Did you see him write?
Nah, I ain't see him right. I'm in another part.
Right, you can't even see him.
He asked me, did I get that kite?
Okay.
He sent me more than one. He sent another one and said he got 7K. I can take that. I'll leave.
Where's that?
I don't know where it's at.
You lost it?
Nah. I sent it on out to my folks.
Okay. All right.
On out to my folks. My sister.
Okay. So you started telling the truth then. So surely by August, you met with the state in August 10th, 22. Surely by then you're telling the truth.
Yeah, you don't tell the truth.
And you would agree with me, the truth doesn't change. It's the truth, right?
Yeah, the truth. You know, quick, brought me in and set me up for the police to camp me. So might as well tell the truth. If we gonna tell the truth.
Okay. So today, for the first time ever, you testified that you wiped that Mercedes down.
Yeah.
You've never said that before.
No, I ain't never.
You've never told them. You never told them that you wiped that Mercedes down?
I never told detectives when I talked to them. Nah.
Why would you not tell them? They've asked you every question under the sun about this case, right?
I said detectives. I never admitted that I was involved to detectives when I first got locked up December 9th.
You know they take notes and they recorded your entire interview.
Right.
From August.
Right.
Why didn't you tell them in August you wiped the car down?
Because we were talking about something. What you know, you slid my man from.
And they specifically asked you, and you said,
They ain't asked me that way you cutting. They specifically
you don't recall them asking you and you saying Justin said he had someone wipe the car down.
Yeah, he told me he had somebody to wipe the car down too.
But you didn't think to ask him,
I
right?
told him, did I wipe it down? He said, you used the right stuff, but I got somebody else to wipe it down. You know what I'm saying?
So now you're saying you told Justin that you went and wiped it down.
Yeah, I told him too.
Why didn't you tell that to law enforcement who's seeking the truth from you, right?
That was stuff slip a person's mind too. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Kind of an important detail.
Like, they ain't asked me did I wipe the car down. So
You don't think so?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, your fingerprints are on that car,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
So when did you go do that?
Like a couple days after the shooting.
Did you tell Quet? Did you go by Quet's house?
Yeah, I ain't called quick and told him that I was finna walk in their backyard so he'll know who walking over there. I ain't called him.
So you called him, you let him know. You walked through his backyard.
Not through his backyard. That I was finna walk in the backyard where the car was in.
Okay. Why would you need to tell Quet you were going to be at the car across the street?
Because he got cameras. So I ain't want him to think nobody trying to get him enough to get shooting at me. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, let him know what's up.
And just to be clear, does he have cameras on the abandoned house, or you're just saying shooting out from facing out from his house?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you testimony today is you called Quet and told him you were going to go over there and wipe that car down. Okay. And you didn't tell law enforcement that either.
Nah.
Does that surprise you that you wouldn't have told them, hey, I even called Quet and told him I was going to go over and do it?
Nah, because, you know, like I say, stuff slip a person mind at the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, when law enforcement talking to me, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't just finna remember everything bit for bit right then and there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you had 3 or 4 times, as you said it, right? To meet with him, to go over it, to think about it. You were able to talk with counsel before you went into this. You were able to look at paperwork before you went in, right?
Before I went in with.
And met with him.
Yeah, what you mean though? What you saying? Like, what you saying?
It just slipped your mind.
Nah, what you saying? Like,
No,
what slipped my mind? What you saying?
To tell them all the details.
Yeah, I couldn't just remember detail like that.
Because it's hard to keep up with details when you're lying. You would agree with that, right?
Nah.
No?
Nah, when you telling the truth, like, in
Okay.
nervous, like, it's hard to keep up with
Mhm.
details.
So,
So you're saying that one just slipped your mind? Okay. You didn't bring it up. They didn't ask you. You just slipped your mind. Okay.
I answered the question they asked me correctly. You know, like if they ain't asked me, if I don't recall them asking me, I ain't answering.
So law enforcement specifically asked you about this $800 that you got after the shooting, right?
Right.
And today, I just want to make clear, you're saying that $500 was hand delivered by Justin with a letter to your neighbor.
Right.
And her name, just to be clear, is Vivian Fifi, right?
Correct.
Lives next door to your dad.
Correct.
And you know that happened, correct?
Correct.
You say you were on the phone with Justin and Miss Fifi when that was happening.
Correct.
And to confirm that Miss Fifi actually got the money.
Correct.
Okay? Now, but you would agree with me that's not the story you first told law enforcement, right?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I can't say he's correct in that, because I don't know what I told them, like, when I first talked to him.
But is that the
I can't
truth?
recall the interview that I had with them back then, so I can't say it's correct or it's not.
Okay. Well, did you tell them that you told them the truth, right?
Yeah, I told them the truth.
All right. So in that same interview, if that's the truth with Miss Fifi, in that same interview earlier, why would you tell them that some masked man came in a Chrysler 300 on 2 occasions?
No, I
and
did
said,
not say that.
You didn't say that.
I didn't say that earlier. I did not say that. Yeah, the madman on 2 occasions came.
You didn't say that.
Justin dropped it off to Miss Fifi the first time, and he had somebody with a mask on the second time with $300. That's what I said.
So if that interview recording's got your voice saying that you and Angela backed up in the driveway next door and on 2 separate occasions, the first time somebody brought $500 and your girlfriend Angela got out and got it and you stayed in the car, and then on another occasion, which is what you said today, somebody bought $300 and Angela got out and got it. You're saying that's just not like, you didn't say that. Somebody else jumped in your interview that was recorded and said those things.
Yeah, I don't remember saying all that. I can't recall the interview. Like, I got to hear it for me to say, yeah, you know, I see it. Yeah, I got to hear the interview.
Okay. But if you were telling the truth, you wouldn't have any trouble, right? Going, did I say that or not? Because you know you didn't say it because you told the truth.
I'm telling the truth. I'm telling
this time or that time?
I've been telling the truth all the time, all along.
Okay.
Since that good, might as well tell the truth.
A couple of things. You had only two conversations. Well, let me back up. You had one conversation at Quet's house where Chook was there, correct?
Correct.
Justin wasn't there.
Nah, he wasn't there.
And then you said you had an earlier conversation with just you and Quet about the Dolph hit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now,
Oh shoot, I forgot that was a short clip. Wait, hold on, what's going on?
Right. This clicker is very difficult to use. Right here first is this.
It's me.
Cap sweatshirt. Draco.
Yeah, great thing.
Gloves. Got those Nikes on?
Yeah. Orange or white Nike.
Black sweatshirt, gloves. What kind of hat is it?
A Bass Pro.
That's Justin.
Yeah, just
And you understand, or do you understand, as you identify these pictures, not only are you saying that Justin's guilty of murder of the contract hit, but you're saying you're guilty too.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
Trial over.
Running back to the car. Who's that?
That's me. It just
Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. You going to jail. Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail.
it just
And the third person?
is good. It's the house on Brad.
House on Bradley.
In Park Kai.
Driveway for the house?
Yeah, that's the driveway.
You used to hang out with Bradley every day.
Just about.
Orange Mound?
Yeah.
Close to where y'all killed Dolph?
Yeah.
Now, where does the car end up?
It went from the front to the big yard.
See these people walking?
Yeah.
Does the car end up way back here?
Yeah, way back up.
Is that where it was when you wiped it down?
Yeah, that's where it was.
In the car?
It is the car.
Now, had you ever seen Justin in that car before?
I ain't know something in the car.
Do you know how he got the car?
I don't know.
Do you know when he got the car?
I don't know.
Who's that?
It just,
Is this from that music video?
yeah, it's on the video.
Now, is that music video filmed a few weeks before this murder?
Yeah,
And you said you're actually in the video too, is that right?
yeah,
You wearing a mask in the video?
yeah, I hate on May.
This house here, right here,
Yeah, that's on Brady Street.
is that the same house?
Yeah, that's the same house.
Is that that driveway we were just looking at?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's just,
Same outfit as when y'all committed the murder?
yeah, it's the same thing.
Wow. He sound like he feels stupid. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Who's that?
It just,
Same outfit?
yeah, same outfit. It just, oh no, delete.
Oh, not delete.
Packing up to go to jail. Prison, I mean.
CMG, Big Joe.
Yeah.
Pack it up.
For the record, Mr. Hagerman went through those exhibits in order.
Thank you, ma'am.
So the pack up was after the crime. He's leaving
Ms.
town.
Tracy, I ask you questions now. You listen to your answer, okay?
You big dummy.
Mr. Evans, I think we need to take about a 10-minute break.
Yes, Your Honor.
Come back.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take about a 10-minute break, something very quick, allow you to refresh yourselves, and then we'll come back.
Yeah, they took out a good person. Young Dolph, they knew they targeted him at the time where they know that he would be giving away Thanksgiving turkeys. Like, how could you do that? I don't know all the charities he donated to, but I'm sure it was more than just the cancer treatment place. And I don't know, what all he did in the streets, but he didn't deserve this at all. And a lot of people lost their life behind this too.
How old are you?
That I do know. A lot of people lost their life behind this. And YouTube, shoot, dang, I mean, YouTube solved the crime before this trial, because I remember hearing about the music video and how that was the house and the car. And I mean, everything was already exposed. But I didn't follow a lot of that back then. I like to follow facts, what they can prove, what they got, and all of that stuff. Even though I know a lot of their investigations come from social media, but still.
60.
Right. Do you know Adolph Thornton Jr.?
Yes, sir.
How do you know?
From the neighborhood, family.
What neighborhood?
Castalia.
And tell the jury where Castalia is.
It's South Memphis. It's north of Dunn.
I think
Is that where I'm going to call it?
Hold on.
Adolph Thornton Jr., what did you call him?
Young Dog.
Young Dog, the dog.
You heard him already.
Is that where Dolph grew up?
Yes, sir.
Were you Dolph's friend
Friend.
for his whole life?
Yes.
Are you also involved in his business?
Yes, sir.
What was your involvement in his business?
I was his security.
And how many years have you been working his security?
4, 5, 7 years.
Job probably quite a bit of travel.
Yes, sir.
A little bit of stress.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about Dolph's record label. What was the name of it?
Paper out and
Hey, Gary. That's a follow. Even without the fancy blue benches, or the big one does. We call it. You can stop it here. And disappear. How do we know that? Well, their phones, but not just their phones, because again, it's not 1981. That apartment complex has video.
Okay, I'll see what's going on.
You see
Give me a
them
second,
arrive
y'all.
in Johnston's other car, which is a white Expedition.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon.
My name is Luke Evans. I represent Mr. Jonathan in this case. So I'm going to be asking you a few questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
If there's anything I ask you don't understand, just let me know. If you can't hear me, it shouldn't be a problem. But if for some reason you can't hear me, just let me know, okay? So you started out today saying, and I think ended by saying you're here to tell the truth, right?
Correct.
And just to be clear, you know the difference between a truth and a lie, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you said you started meeting with law enforcement, but December 9th, really the day you got picked up, and the day after you got picked up in South Haven, right? Or the same day?
Nah, I ain't meet, like, what you mean by meet back with him?
I mean, they sat down and interviewed you in a room.
Yeah, I
Right.
talked to them.
And did you tell them the truth?
Nah.
Right? Because specifically,
Okay,
they asked you whether or not you'd ever seen that Mercedes,
Right.
and whether you'd been in it, right?
Right.
And you said, never been in it, never seen it, never been in it with Justin Johnson.
Correct.
Right? Okay, just to be clear. Correct. How about how many times would you say you've met with the state, law enforcement included, right, in preparing to testify to that?
Couple times, three, 4 times.
Okay.
4 times.
Does that include are you including that time back in December, right, when you were picked up?
No.
Okay. So 3 or 4 times since, right?
Give me a minute, John.
And one of the times you met with them was in March of 22. You remember meeting with them then? Sometime around then?
I don't know the exact months and stuff like that. I got my lawyer in March, so I don't know. I can't just pinpoint exactly what month.
Well, I'll say it like this. You started out with a different lawyer and you ended up with the lawyer you have now, right?
No, sir. He was never hired.
Okay, well, you got paid.
No, he did not get paid.
Did he get paid? Didn't he get $50,000?
He did not. He ain't signed my jacket saying he represented.
That's what I'm asking
I
you.
just talked to him.
That's what I'm asking you.
Right. You asked
He
me.
got $50,000.
He said I had a different lawyer. So
Hold on just a second. Ask your question, wait for a response.
The original lawyer in your case got $50,000 to represent you. Did he not?
I don't know exactly how much you get. I don't know. I can't say.
All right. And you knew that, just we're all clear here, that money came from CMG, right?
Yeah, I don't know exactly who, but yeah.
All right. So you talked today. You got paid for what you just testified to, didn't you?
After I was locked up,
You got paid,
my
right?
lawyer was paid.
You got $50,000 to pay a lawyer, right?
I didn't get it in my hand. Correct. I don't know how much it was, but correct, my lawyer.
Okay. And there's no question that that money was for services rendered. Killing Dolph. You took it, didn't you?
Yeah.
Did your conscience bother you?
Come on.
Your conscience.
After I came to my senses, yeah.
Did you say, I can't have that money? I can't use that money, but you still got a lawyer here.
No, I ain't say that.
You took the money.
Yeah, I took the money. I got the money.
Your conscience wasn't bothering you that bad, right? You said your conscience started bothering you, but not bad enough not to take the money for the job you did.
Well, I had already did it, so might as well. You know, I got a conscience still. After they came to my senses.
Right. Okay. So, you didn't think, man, I really shouldn't be able to keep money for killing somebody.
I didn't think like that.
Okay. Now, at the end of this, you said, you're direct. You said something about, you saw a picture of the person you said, Mr. Johnson, with a suitcase. And you said, he was there with his money, getting out of town. To be clear, you don't have any direct knowledge of Justin Johnson getting a dime for this, right?
Nah, I ain't got nothing.
Okay. So you can't say he's leaving with his money, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, a couple other things specifically. When you as you say it, let's kind of put a timing on this. So you said March, you got your current lawyer, and you went back and met with the government again, right? Or the state.
Yeah, I don't know what month. Like I said, I can't say what like they go in.
But if I told you you met with law enforcement around March 13th of 22, does that sound about right?
With the date on, I ain't
Okay.
even counted now.
Well, let me ask you this. You said you had a change of heart and your conscience started getting to you. You wanted to tell the truth. When did that happen?
Like a couple months after I sobered all the way up, while I was in jail, so all the way up. I ain't in my sense like it was wrong.
Okay. So you got December is when you go to jail. December 9th.
Yeah, December 9th.
So a couple of months from then, you sober up. That's when you come to your senses.
Yeah, and then Justin had sent me a letter saying.
Well, I'm not asking you what Justin sent you a letter saying.
What automatically made me come to my senses and like, you know, it was wrong. You know what I'm saying? When he said, cut him loose, take the juke, and quit down with me.
Okay. So you're saying Mr. Johnson sent you something saying he actually said he didn't do it, right?
Now, he ain't say he didn't do it. He said, cut him loose and take the juke and quit down with me because they ain't messing with us.
Oh, you mean tell the truth? Because he didn't have anything to do with it. Tell the truth.
Nah, he's saying me take the downfall. Oh, cut him loose, let him go.
Okay.
And tell him get quit and him change clothes and quit with me instead of him.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did you get it directly from Justin Johnson, this kite you're talking about?
You know, we got rock me in the store, but we were talking through the vent. I was in E part, he was in E part. We were talking through the vent.
Did you get it directly from Justin Johnson?
Nah.
Did you see him write it?
Did I get it? He said, did you get that? Did you get that kite?
Did you see him write it?
Nah, I ain't see him right. I'm in another part.
Right, you can't even see him.
He asked me, did I get that kite?
Okay.
He sent me more than one. He sent another one and said he got 7K. I could take that. I'll leave.
Where's that?
I don't know where it's at.
You lost it?
Nah. I sent it on out to my folks.
Okay.
Sent
All
it on
right.
out to my folks. My sister.
Okay. So you started telling the truth then. So surely by August, you met with the state in August 10th, 22. Surely by then you're telling the truth. And you would agree with me, the truth doesn't change. It's the truth, right?
Yeah, it's true. You know, quit, brought me in and set me up for the police to capture me. So might as well tell the truth. If we gonna tell the truth.
Okay. So today, for the first time ever, you testified that you wiped that Mercedes down.
Yeah.
You've never said that before.
No, I ain't know.
You've never told them. You never told them that you wiped that Mercedes down?
I never told detectives when I talked to them. No.
Why would you not tell them? They've asked you every question under the sun about this case, right?
I said detectives. I never admitted that I was involved to detectives when I first got locked up December 9th.
You know they take notes and they recorded your entire interview.
Right.
From August.
Right.
Why didn't you tell them in August you wiped the car down?
We were talking about so much, you know, it slipped my mind from.
And they specifically asked you, and you said,
They ain't asked me to get away with cutting in it. They ain't specifically
you don't recall them asking you and you saying, Justin said he had someone wipe the car down.
Yeah, he told me he had somebody to wipe the car down too.
But you didn't think to ask him, right?
I told him that I wiped it down. He said he used the right stuff, but I got somebody else to wipe it down. You know what I'm saying?
So now you're saying you told Justin that you went and wiped it down.
Yeah, I told him too.
Why didn't you tell that to law enforcement who's seeking the truth from you, right?
You know, stuff slip a person's mind too. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Kind of an important detail.
Like, they ain't asked me to get away with the cutting. So
You don't think so?
I don't recall.
Well, your fingerprints are on that car,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
So when did you go do that?
Like a couple days after the shooting.
Did you tell Quet? Did you go by Quet's house?
Yeah, I ain't called quick and told him that I was finna walk in their backyard so he'll know who walking over there. I ain't called him.
So you called him, you let him know, you walked through his backyard.
Not through his backyard. That I was finna walk in the backyard where the car was in.
Okay. Why would you need to tell Quet you were going to be at the car across the street?
Because he got cameras. So I ain't want him to think nobody trying to get him enough to get shooting at me. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, let him know what's up.
And just to be clear, does he have cameras on the abandoned house, or you're just saying shooting out from facing out from his house? Okay. But testimony today is you called Quet and told him you were going to go over there and wipe that car down. Okay. And you didn't tell law enforcement that either. Does that surprise you that you wouldn't have told them, hey, I even called Quet and told him I was going to go over and do it?
Nah, because, you know, like I say, stuff slip a person mind at the time, you know what I'm saying? Like, when law enforcement talking to me, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't just finna remember everything bit for bit right then and there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, 3 or 4 times, as you said it, right? To meet with them, to go over it, to think about it. You were able to talk with counsel before you went into this. You were able to look at paperwork before you went in, right?
Before I went in with.
And met with them.
Yeah, what you mean though? What you saying? Like, what you saying?
It just slipped your mind.
Nah, what you saying? Like,
No,
what slipped my mind? What you saying?
To tell them all the details.
Yeah, I couldn't just remember detail like that.
Because it's hard to keep up with details when you're lying. You would agree with that, right?
Nah, when you tell them the truth, like, and you're
Okay.
nervous, like, it's hard to keep up with details.
So you're saying that one just slipped your mind. Okay. You didn't bring it up, they didn't ask you. You just slipped your mind. Okay.
I answered the questions they asked me correctly, you know, like, if they ain't asked me, if I don't recall them asking me, I ain't answering.
So law enforcement specifically asked you about this $800 that you got after the shooting, right?
Right.
And today, I just want to make clear, you're saying that $500 was hand-delivered by Justin with a letter to your neighbor.
Right.
And her name, just to be clear, is Vivian Fifi, right?
Correct.
Lives next door to your dad.
Correct.
And you know that happened, correct?
Correct.
You say you were on the phone with Justin and Miss Fifi when that was happening.
Correct.
And to confirm that Miss Fifi actually got the money.
Correct.
Okay? Now, but you would agree with me that's not the story you first told law enforcement, right?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I can't say he's correct in that, but I don't know what I told them, like, when I first talked to them.
But is that the
I
truth?
can't recall the interview that I had with them back then, so I can't say it's correct or it's not.
Okay. Well, did you tell them that you told them the truth, right?
Yeah, I told them the truth.
All right. So in that same interview, if that's the truth with Miss Fifi, in that same interview earlier, why would you tell them that some masked man came in a Chrysler 300 on 2 occasions?
No, I
and
did
said,
not say that.
You didn't say that.
I didn't say that earlier. I did not say that. Yeah, the madman on 2 occasions came.
You didn't say that.
Justin dropped it off to Miss Fifi the first time, and he had somebody with a mask on the second time with $300. That's what I see.
So if that interview recording's got your voice saying that you and Angela backed up in the driveway next door and on 2 separate occasions, the first time somebody brought $500 and your girlfriend Angela got out and got it and you stayed in the car, and then on another occasion, which is what you said today, somebody bought $300 and Angela got out and got it. You're saying that's just not it. Like, you didn't say that. Somebody else jumped in your interview that was recorded and said those things.
Yeah, I don't remember saying out here. I can't recall the interview. Like, I got to hear it for me to say, yeah, you know, I see it. Yeah, I got to hear it.
Okay. But if you were telling the truth, you wouldn't have any trouble, right? Going, did I say that or not? Because you know you didn't say it because you told the truth.
I'm telling the truth. I'm telling
This time or that time?
I've been telling the truth all the time, all along.
Okay.
Since it's after, might as well tell the truth.
A couple of things. You had only two conversations. Well, let me back up. You had one conversation at Quet's house where Chook was there, correct?
Correct.
Justin wasn't there.
Nah, he wasn't there.
And then you said you had an earlier conversation with just you and Quet about the Dolph hit, correct?
Correct.
Now, this conversation that you had at Quet's with Juke was there. I think you said you went to buy X pills.
Correct.
You weren't going over there for the specific purpose of saying you wanted a chance at killing Dolph.
Nah.
Did you ever, during that meeting that you had with Juke and Quet present, did you ever say that you could get up on Dolph real easy because you know where his aunt lives and you see him over there at least once a week?
No.
Never said that.
Never said that.
Now, you've testified today that no promises were made, right? But you're expecting to get consideration.
No.
No? You're not expecting to get any consideration for your sentence in this case, based on what you're doing here today.
But I know I'm going to jail anyway, so.
Okay.
Maybe we reason get it off my chest, feel better. Start my healing process.
It's not what you told your sisters. And you
Why
wrote them
do
back in March of
It's
22.
stupid, man.
Probably not.
You lied to them?
I say anything. I don't know.
Now we're getting somewhere. You'd say anything.
I'm saying like in the letters because I know for sure they taking my letters and stuff. So
You told them my lawyer is trying to tell me my best out is working with the feds, helping them, something I've never done in my life. So you're telling them I didn't do this. I didn't really do it. But I'm going to say I did it so I can get out of prison.
nah, I ain't saying it like that. I ain't saying it like that. Like I'm saying like it's my best out to be honest and stuff like that. And, you know what I'm saying? Like be truthful because they already know. So if they already know, why play with these folks? They already know.
And then you said, just so on that point, your lawyer, he said that's the only way I will not do life in jail.
Yeah, if I said it then, you know, if you know what I said, if I wrote that, I said it.
Okay.
I ain't finna say I didn't write it.
And then you say that you're hoping essentially not to do any time because your lawyer that you have now was responsible for getting one of the people in the Holly Bobo case out without doing any jail time.
Yeah, I told them his history, you know what I'm saying, like his history, but what he did in the past ain't got nothing to do with this.
No? So you weren't expecting to walk free after today? That's not what you were expecting?
After them folks kept telling me I ain't going, I said forget it, you know what I'm saying, like I mean, it is what it is, I'm being real, so it is what it is, I feel better now.
Okay. Because you told your sisters, they got to let me walk free if I make any deals with them.
And my sister and they green, they don't know nothing about no, like no folk teachers and stuff like that. They green, they don't know nothing about no jail time or nothing like that. So, you know, we just praying, hoping for the best outcome. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just leaving in God's hand.
Why would you lie to your family? I mean, you had this this head of conscience after you got clean, right? Right?
Yeah, it basically like speaking into existence. You know what I'm saying? Like hoping for the best. You know what I'm saying? Outcome. You know what I'm saying? Faith.
Exactly. Hoping to walk free if you go in and testify in this case, right?
Before I talk to them folks and stuff like that, like before I talk to them, they were telling my sister them like, man, I ain't never did no police ass shit, but you know what I'm saying? Quit already told them everything. They already knew everything, so I might as well, you know, tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? Tell my road, tell his road, tell his road. You know what I'm saying? So be honest.
Well, and you bring up Quet in this letter. You even tell your sisters that when you saw Quet on December 8th, it was like he had a limited time to find somebody to pin this on. Talking about Quet.
Hey, you know, I was just getting locked up, right? So I wasn't finna say, yeah, that was me. I'm not finna say, yeah, I know that was me or nothing like that. Any letter. I'm not finna do it. I'm not finna do it.
You hadn't just got locked up. Agreed? You got locked up in December. This is in March.
Yeah, but I'm still just locked up over here. I came over here in January 11th. So I'm over here now, and I know everything I do, say, whatever, right, they might intercept it. They might listen up. They listen on the phone, so I can't talk like I really want to. You know, letters of me.
You repeatedly say in these letters to your sisters that you didn't do this, and you're only going to lie to get yourself a deal. Fair? Whether it was true, whether you say you were lying to them or not, that's what you said here.
Right. I said it in that letter once again. I just got over it. I know my case over. I ain't talking to no state or nothing like that. I ain't talking to nobody. So I'm not finna admit to doing nothing in no letter, knowing they might interfere in it. Take it.
You met with law enforcement in December, on December 9th, on the day of the arrest.
Yes, sir, I did.
And within days of writing this, and maybe before then, well, you didn't remember. In days of writing this, you're back meeting with law enforcement.
December the 9th?
In March 13th.
You said December the 9th.
You met with them in December 9th?
December the 9th. March.
You're back meeting with them March 13th of 22. Days after writing this letter to your sister, or these letters to your sister.
Well, if it was after I wrote that to my sisters, then I wasn't going to confess because you said I wrote that before I met with them, right?
Okay. So I guess what you're saying that is when you met with law enforcement, if it was in March, that you realized you weren't going to lie and you decided to tell the truth then.
To the law enforcement?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So this issue about the $50,000 we talked about earlier, you went into a proffer sometime in March and lied about the $50,000.
What you mean?
You didn't tell them that you had gotten $50,000 for killing Dolph.
I didn't tell them because that was for my lawyer.
Okay.
That was for my lawyer. So I ain't tell them right then and there.
And then in August, you and your lawyer have to appear for another proffer, and you have to clear that up because you lied.
Yeah, I kept it G. Like, you know, yeah, my lawyer told me that the best thing to do, just be honest. That is.
Okay. But you still weren't honest, even after meeting with them the first time. And then in August, you meet with them again.
Hold up, what you mean I wasn't honest after meeting with them? Hold up, what you
In March. You lied about the money in March.
In March? Like, what? Why I lie about some money?
You didn't tell them you got any money for killing Dolph.
Nah, look, when I spoke to my lawyer, and my lawyer told me to be honest, I was honest with them.
Okay.
I was honest with them. I told them about the 800, so I ain't tell them I got no money for killing Dolph. I told them about the 800. So how I didn't tell you that?
Now, you originally even tried to get your girlfriend to lie for you, right? With an alibi, Angela.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Who's Letitia Jackson?
That's my baby mom, my kid mom.
Okay. Now, I think you said, well, let me ask you this. Was the day that you shot Dolph, the day before that, did you know you were going to shoot Dolph?
Nah, I ain't know nothing about all this, but I ain't know we were gonna catch Dolph or nothing. But the next day was the day we caught Dolph, that was my baby girl's birthday, to be honest.
Okay.
And I know I told her about a house, buying them a house and all that, because I knew that they already had hits on everybody's head, and we was out looking for somebody. We didn't know we were gonna catch Dolph. We didn't know who we were gonna catch.
Is that why it was a particularly big day for you?
What you mean big day?
Well, you text Miss Jackson, let's see, 9:05 a.m. on November 17th, 2021, you say, good morning. I went to sleep in the midst of texting you to knowing today is my big day.
My baby birthday. My daughter's birthday.
November 17th?
Yeah, my daughter.
You went and killed a man on your daughter's birthday?
Hey, I'm trying to make it right for her. I ain't had no money. I'm trying to get some money that day. So I'm trying
Come on, man.
my baby girl, man, have a beautiful birthday. So it was whatever.
That is really messed up. Out of everything I done heard, I mean, besides the act itself, that he's saying this on the stand. Now, his daughter is to grow up feeling guilty about this, depending on the type of person she is. I mean, I hope that she gets some help. Like, this is trauma that he's inflicting on his own child. Get the hell out of here, man. Just for a day, just for a moment. You took a man's whole life. This man did not deserve that. Over something so stupid, just money, so he can go buy his daughter some freaking birthday gifts. I mean, just to hear him say that, man, what? Oh my God.
You know, trying to get high on pills, do whatever.
But you're telling her you're going to buy her house, you're going to give her $10,000 for rent?
I said, this
Right.
day before.
The day before.
Yeah, you know, I tell female that, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's my baby mama. I was trying to get back with her, whatever. It ain't just like, you know, it's a game. You know what I'm saying? It's a game. And
Now I know I read this when we started out, like, but to hear this and understand the context in which he's saying all of this is crazy. His poor baby girl, like, I feel so sorry for her that he just said that and she got to deal with that. And I hope that nobody messes with her behind this. Like, I mean, the things that people could say to her because of his. Let me just let this play.
So you're just lying to her too?
I ain't saying lying. I ain't gonna say that. Game and lying is two different things because you know, tell the person what they want to hear. You know what I'm saying?
Like they saying he did though. Shout out to Sierra on Facebook. They're saying that he got $50,000 for his lawyer and $800. I mean, that's what they just said not too long ago. I'm guessing that he did get it, but I mean, the $50,000, they said his first lawyer got paid. And so I'm sure ain't nobody getting paid now. I don't know. I'm trying to make sense of this too, but they did say that. He's like, what you mean I ain't tell you about I told you about the $800. And he said, what about the $50,000? He's like, I mean, that was for my lawyer or whatever. They was kind of going back and forth about that. So I'm assuming he got 58,000 or 58,000 or 50,800. He got 800. But I heard him say something about the $500 in a letter. I think Justin got it. I'm still trying to make sense of this, but I'm telling you right now, everything that I just heard, this was the saddest. This is the wildest, the dumbest. Like, you just give up your whole life for one day. This is how they think, man. This is how they think. Just for one day, if I could get high, one day, one birthday, 1 year, for my daughter's birthday, I can buy her this and go to prison for the rest of her life and mine, like the rest of his life. And depending on who outlives who. You know what I'm saying? Hers too. But just stupid. Damn.
So
all this for a chain and drugs and just to be internet famous and rap or have a couple albums for, I mean, not these people they are dying faster than I ever seen before in my life. I mean, the rap game ain't where you want to be at. You're sure to die to be involved in this crap.
It's game, it ain't a lot.
I ain't trying to run game on nobody here, man.
You sure?
I put myself in the murder, so I don't worry. Make sense, man.
But you think you're walking?
I ain't saying I'm walking. That fellow just told me, them folks been told me I'm doing time, so you know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
I think so, Sierra.
So, at the shooting itself, I just want to be clear on this. You say Justin got shot.
He got scraped on the back.
Explain to me the difference between a scrape and getting shot.
Like, you know, when you fall and you scrape your knee or something, like the bullet glazed your back, like it glazed my leg, and I got hit, and it went in my back.
Okay, so you're saying a bullet grazed when you say scrape. I just want to make sure. Okay, so you're saying Justin got grazed, a bullet grazed on his back.
Yeah.
Was he bleeding?
Yeah, he would bleed, but it wasn't like mine was. Like, no hit it like mine was.
How much was your leg bleeding a lot?
Yeah, my leg was bleeding a little bit. Like, you can see the
So
skin.
you mean to tell me
skin and stuff like that. But it was just
that the two guys that did this also shot each other? I mean, is that what we listening at here? Justin got hit in the shoulder. He got hit in the leg. What? I mean, what the hell is going on here? Is that what they saying?
glazed, but my arm went in and rested in my back.
And you said that when you went to Keona's house, that she did some wound care on you and Justin.
Yep.
We helped each other. All of us helped each other.
Okay, so you wiped Justin's back down?
Yeah,
that spot?
she would help him with a tab, and we helped each other.
Okay. And I think you said when y'all got to Keona's house, you changed clothes when you went in.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you identified a person. You said it was Mr. Johnson.
Young Dolph
came out
brother
and then
bust
stuck
back
his
at
head
him.
in
I know I seen him come out with the weapon, but I wasn't sure. Okay.
Charger, but you were in the house. But you said that was.
He came out and got the wound kit.
All right. So did y'all do the wound care before changing clothes or after you got the wound kit?
Before the wound kit came, we had a towel and soap and stuff and peroxide. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to his brother.
Okay. When you met with Juke and Quet, Quet was doing most of the talking. Go back.
Juke and Quet.
Right. And you testified earlier about this, just to be clear, Govan before the hit on Dolph, before you did it, had already negotiated with you to get $10,000.
Yeah, from me and $10,000 from Jesse.
Okay. Now, I want to be clear about, I'm going to get to that in a minute, but I want to make sure $10,000 to you. You talked about it before, and then he came back to you after the fact and asked you about the 10 because he wanted his money, right?
Yeah, I want a man too.
Okay. Now, you said today, pretty matter-of-factly, that he had the same $10,000 from Justin. But when you were interviewed by law enforcement in August, they asked you that. And you said, I think he had the same deal with Justin. Right? So do you know it or do you think it?
I probably did say that then, but basically I'm saying the same thing I said then.
So you're not sure?
I'm saying the same thing I said then.
Okay, that you think he did.
I'm saying the same thing I said then. You can put it how you want to put it, but I'm saying, you know what I'm saying?
I'm putting it the way you put it.
What I know, you know what I'm saying? What I know.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, if you know it, why would you tell them then that you thought it? I think he got it. Why wouldn't you go? He got it. He had the same deal. I was there.
Yeah, because just ain't bring me my money, so I don't know what he gave me. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay.
that's what I'm saying.
One moment, Judge.
Let's go over what you already said. Now, he just said Justin didn't bring him his money, but was Justin supposed to?
When you were in the white Mercedes, you were bleeding a lot, right? Bleeding a lot.
Nah. I wasn't bleeding a lot.
So you told law enforcement that you were bleeding really bad.
Yeah, once it started coming out, once I see it, saw it, start panicking, you know, like, dang, blood started coming out. But I know not to panic that bad though, because I've been shot before. So in the white Mercedes, I'm sitting up like this, so my blood won't get nowhere in the top. Sitting up like this, and we driving at a fast pace. So I jump out this, jump at the distribution, like.
Okay. You've got a gunshot in your shoulder, a graze on your leg, and you say Mr. Johnson's been grazed on his back. And you can see the graze, right?
Nah, I ain't good yet, because when he driving, I'm making sure, we didn't know he was glazed at first, so I'm trying to make sure he don't rip. So I'm like, you all right? You all right? I'm talking to him. But he said he been hit too.
Okay, he said he got hit. You've gotten graze on your leg. You can look down, you felt it, and then you can look down and see it, right? All right. Now, you said you wiped down this car. How'd you wipe down the car? And what'd you do?
What you mean?
How did you wipe down the car? What'd you do? You walked through the backyard, you walked up to the car. What did you do next?
You know, I had like peroxide and bleach and stuff, wiping, cutting.
Peroxide and bleach. So you walked back through this yard and you had big things of peroxide and bleach in your hands.
You trying to say how I did it with a shot on?
I know, I'm just saying, I want to know how you did it.
See when you get me.
Good morning, BFF.
I might need to walk down a car. I don't know. So how'd you do it?
I just wiped the guy there. You know what I'm saying? I got wiped the guy there.
All right, where'd you wipe?
Inside and stuff. Inside in the door panel.
Door panel? So you wiped down. Where'd you wipe down on the inside?
Right, the armrest, seat and stuff in the door panel.
Okay. What about the outside of the car?
Door panel. Door panel. You know what I'm saying? Wipe the door panel down.
Anything else?
The outside? Nah, just door panel.
And you know your prints on the car.
Yeah, I ain't know that my print was on the time, but I'm wiping the door panel where I know I touch it. You know what I'm saying? Like door panel and stuff like this. And the blood pump, I was just trying to wipe real fast. I ain't want the lawn to go out, so I was just trying to wipe real fast. But it's late. You know what I'm saying? I ain't want to get caught by the cop. It's late. I'm shot, but I'm bandaged up, you know. So and I ain't trying to let my hat go down because I was on pills and stuff.
What'd you do with the stuff afterwards?
What's the
Stuff you used to clean the car.
I just had it already on the towel. And I went back there and did it real fast.
Okay, so back just a few minutes ago, I said you walked back there with like containers of peroxide and bleach in a towel, and you said yes.
I ain't say that.
So I want to make sure you had it was just on the towel.
Yeah, it was on the towel.
Okay. So just one towel. What'd you do with the towel?
I took it there with me.
Who drove you there?
My dad. I made her hit the block. Wow. She let me out. I get out and walked up. We did through.
And your girl's Angel on.
Yeah.
And just so I'm clear, when would this have been in relation to you shoot off on the 17th? Same day?
No.
2 days, 1 day later, 2 days later?
It wasn't, I can't tell you exactly, but it was a couple days later before they found the car. It probably was the night before they found the car.
And so she drops you off. Was she in the tracks?
She dropped me off on Barrett. And I get out.
Barrett?
Barrett Street.
Okay.
And I get out on foot. Walk. I ain't want her truck. See on the street and that.
Okay. Was it day or night?
Nighttime.
Okay. Was she in the tracks?
Yeah.
Now, did Quet ever tell you that either he or someone else had wiped the car down?
Quit?
Yeah.
Nah, just told me that he had somebody wait about it.
And you were testified about leaving your cell phone in there?
Yeah, I left in the blue phone.
In the glove box. All right. But you had already went to Pressure World and done all that by the time you go back to wipe it. That's
Pressure
all.
World done what?
Got in your phone.
Yeah, I went to Pressure World today. Right after we shut off, like after we split up from the apartment, I went to Pressure World. Same day.
When you talked about in your testimony about getting a car covered.
Yeah.
When is that in relation to when you wiped the car down?
Like when Quinn gave me the money for the car cover, it was the same day that they had found the car. Same, like early that morning, he gave me the money for the car cover. And I was gonna put it on there later on the night, but they found the car.
And just to be clear, if I remember right, you said Quet called you to say, I need you to go
Welcome
come
in,
over here
Joe
and get money
Delaney.
for a car cover. Go cover that car.
Justin was talking about it anyway.
But were you part of the? Let me ask, were you part of the conversation between Govan and Justin to be talking about that anyway?
What you mean? Was like,
You just said he and Justin were talking about that. Were you part of those conversations?
Justin was telling him he was gonna send him some cash out money to buy a car cover so we could cover.
How do you know that?
Because I went over there. I was over to Govan house. I had got some pills on me and everything. Like, and we were talking about we had to get rid of this car. We were saying we need to get rid of this car, burn this car up.
And you're saying that Govan's telling you he's in contact with Justin. And
Yeah.
Justin, okay, all right. And just to be clear, when it comes to Govan, Quet, is it a y'all need to take care of this problem, or is it he going him included, need to take care of this problem?
He's saying me and Justin really need to get rid of that car. He told me because if they question him, he gonna tell them how they with the masses, so he give it to his camera. That's what he see.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
I know, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be super quick, Judge. The last thing, this probably didn't understand. Quet told y'all that if the police come to him and ask him about the car, he's gonna say holler at William Massey.
Yeah.
Is that his attorney?
Yeah, that was his attorney.
Okay, so he's telling y'all, he's gonna tell the police, I'm not talking to y'all, I'm talking to my attorney.
Yeah, he talked to my attorney.
He's gonna
So I can give it to my camera.
do the sports gambling?
Yeah.
When Mr. Evans was asking you questions, he's asking about text messages and stuff. This is something I just forgot to do. Did the police seize your telephone from Letitia after you gave it to her?
Yeah.
Is that telephone 901-513-6236?
Well,
And the very last thing, every time I've met with you, me and you have met, if you count 2 minutes back there, maybe 3 times. Is that right?
Yeah.
Have I ever told you you're going to walk out of jail?
Nah, you know what you did.
Have I always told you that you're going to prison?
Yeah, you told me
No further questions.
Sir, Evans, any recross?
Oh, you're on.
Are you next witness?
We have 5 minutes to close the right to the medical examiner. She's going to be the next witness.
Let's take a break. Court stands at recess.
Okay, so break time from yesterday. Let me see.
So,
They-
media, both still cameras and video. The court orders that this next witness's face not be filmed or photographed.
Wait, let me see who this is.
Waist down. The court is okay with.
Oh, that's the dude
Coming out
that
of
we
there,
just
should not be filmed.
listened to. So,
no pictures of his face at all.
Yep.
Shoes, lower body, court has no problem with, but no pictures of his face. We have ongoing security concern. Everybody understand? All right. Anything else?
Downtown Memphis, and in the Castelia neighborhood.
This is
And we've heard
right
some
now,
testimony,
y'all.
About Castelia neighborhood. Did you know Dolph at all?
No.
Older, is that right?
Older, much older.
All right. November the 17th of 2021. Did you have occasion to be brought in with regard to a homicide call?
I was.
Specifically to an address on Airways, Makita's Cookies.
Great.
Did you know where that was?
Yes.
What area of town is that?
It's in the southeast part of town, Airways and Ketchum area.
If I tell you that the call went out at 12:24 p.m. in the afternoon, about what time would you have arrived at the scene?
Possibly around 1. By the time you get the call and travel to the scene.
By the time you get to the scene, are there uniformed patrol that's already there?
It is.
Are there medical personnel, things like that, already there? When you get there, what are your duties?
My duty is to gather the fact information from the reporting officers, delegate other investigators to do, canvass the area.
Now it looked like I know this was supposed to start at 9:30, but I do believe that he is the first witness. Yeah, please hit that thumbs up, y'all. Singing like a canary, singing like a bird. Oh, they all singing, boy. He sounds stupid too. Like, I mean, just to take somebody's life for a moment. Oh, after I came down from the drugs, I felt bad and all this. Like, what? Oh, I wanted to buy my daughter. I wanted to do something nice for her on her birthday. You took somebody's life on your daughter's birthday? Yeah, I wanted to make it nice for her. I wanted her, to do what? So now your baby girl gotta remember this for the rest of her life. How dumb her dad was to do this on her birthday. Like, yeah, say no to drugs.
For video and just handle process the scene.
When you arrived on the scene, were there people around in the street and everything?
Yes, there were people everywhere.
Everywhere?
Around.
Were there officers attempting to control the crowd and keep people off the actual parking lot of Makita's?
Yes, it was.
And was that being done?
Yes, it was.
Were there a lot of bystanders and everything looking on and everything else?
It was.
Does it seem almost like any other that you had been to in your 26 years?
That scene was, there's a lot of people out there.
Okay. You get there, and you say your job is to try to figure out what evidence exists and delegate.
Yes.
Is that right? You mentioned one thing, video. Is that right?
Video.
Are y'all interested in collecting any video that may be around there?
Any video that would help in the investigation.
Good morning,
And in
Zachary.
fact,
Welcome in.
Did y'all collect video from the cookie store itself?
We did.
And did it show the outside of the business?
It did.
And did it show the inside of the business?
As well as the inside.
Were y'all also interested in sort of crime scene stuff?
Yes.
Did you delegate a crime scene detective to collect physical evidence and document physical evidence?
We did. At collecting and processing.
And did they also take pictures of the scene?
They did.
Would you have delegated or interacted with any of the witnesses who were on the scene?
Yes. Witness victims. We have investigators to take them down to headquarters and take statements.
Okay. And without getting into what these people, said, did y'all talk to Marcus Thornton, Dolph's brother?
We did.
Did y'all talk to the cashiers there at Michaela's?
We did.
Did y'all locate any other witnesses right there in the surrounding scene that had information?
No.
Video, crime scene, locate whatever witnesses we have. That address on Airways is Makeda Cookies. You described the area of Memphis it's in. That's in Memphis, correct? And is that also in Shelby County? I'm going to start with the crime scene there. I'm going to pass you a series of photographs. You just look at them, tell me what's pictured in each one, place it face down on that table next to you.
This photo is a front picture of Makeda's cookie shop. Officers there processing the same broken glass. They have victim's car.
Very good.
Corvette camouflage color.
Okay, you can place that face down. We're going to review these with the jury afterwards, so I'll ask you questions about them afterwards.
This one is a photo of the address 2370 of Makeda's cookie shop with defects of glass, bullet holes.
Okay.
This one is the inside front counter area of Makeda's cookie shop.
Okay.
This one is another front view of the cookie shop, Makeda's cookie shop. We have evidence markers on the ground where we have shell casings, along with victim's Corvette camouflage. Another closer picture of the front of the cookie shop, evidence markers, broken glass, casings.
At this time, if you can just place it, so that's fine. With the next couple pictures, you can just place it where you see it, and we'll show it to the jury later.
Okay. This is a picture farther back from Makeda's cookie shop toward the street airways with evidence markers with casings on it. This photo is inside the business of Makeda's with bullet holes going through the walls and doors.
Sad.
This one is a victim lying on the ground.
And when you arrived on the scene, was the victim still there?
Yes, he was.
Did you observe him in a position like that?
Yes, I did.
Do you see evidence of medical intervention on him there?
Yes, he has the bleeds on his body.
When you arrived, were they still trying to resuscitate him or get anything, or was that process over?
The process is already. This photo is a photo inside the cookie shop. We have evidence markers. We have victim's chain that he was wearing inside a flower pot. PRE on it. This is a close-up photo of PRE charm that he had on his neck. This is inside the flower pot.
Right. My approach for Josh.
Yep.
Wow, man. I don't know how these dudes can live with themselves doing that to somebody.
For the record, the last picture he looked at has already been marked as exhibit number 3.
Thank you. All right, this first photo is has been described as the front of the Makeda's cookies with the victim's car. A couple of officers in the scene. We'll mark this as exhibit number 28. Next photo is close up of the address of Makeda's Cookies 2370. We'll mark this as exhibit 29. The next photo is what's been described as the inside front area of Makeda's Cookies. Exhibit number 30. Mr. Evans, it's never too late. Any objection to these photos?
Yes, Your Honor, no objection to this.
The next photo is the front view of the parking lot in the front of Makeda's Cookies with the evidence markers in the victim's car. The markers number 31.
Judge, and you haven't gotten to the photograph yet, but the one we referenced.
I can hear it on my other phone, Joe.
My objection is
Yes, sir.
you haven't gotten to the photograph yet.
The next photo has been described as a closer picture of the front of Makita's cookies with several evidence markers and glass and defects to the window. So marked as exhibit number 32. The next picture is the front of the shop.
For real, man.
With the victim's car and evidence markers. It's a further view. It's a picture that's taken a little further out. We'll mark this as
That's
exhibit number
senseless.
33.
Yep, it was you, Joe.
The next pic is inside of the building with the picture of the restroom door with bullet holes in the door. We'll mark this as exhibit number 34. The next picture is a picture of the victim lying on the ground with markers of evidence of life-saving measures.
I think it's pretty sad that I got 46 votes for the thumbs up, but only got 16. So a bunch of people said no, they didn't hit the thumbs up. Like y'all just gutter, ain't y'all? Dang, it's free. So for the people that's still here, if you didn't hit the thumbs up, please do. I appreciate it.
In front of the window. We'll mark this as exhibit number 35 and note for the record, there's been a previous motion for the court to exclude that picture under Rule 4.
Free 99.
The defendant still fits to that program. Mark that as exhibit number 35.
I appreciate it, Chris.
Exhibit number 36.
I promise it won't break nobody's finger.
A picture of the inside of the cookie shop with the chain on the floor marked with evidence marker number 53.
Poor Dolph, man.
And several other evidence markers.
I mean, so basically they saying this is all because Dolph didn't want to be on a record label. Like, are you kidding me? I mean, because he wanted to do his own thing. His own talent. He wanted to manage himself. He wanted to have his own originals and all of that stuff. He didn't want to go through what we see Diddy is going through right now. Because believe you me, he had to bust it wide open for Clive, allegedly, from what I'm seeing. Like, so it's like you got to do certain things to be on a certain level. So why not just produce yourself, put your own stuff out, and only have to answer to your dang on self. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't believe this. That this is what this is about. I mean, I'm sure a lot of other things happen too in the midst of everything, but for this to be the bottom line, and then the guy that did it, or at least one of them that was talking, saying that he didn't even know him. This one, the last one that was talking, didn't even know him. Didn't have no beef. He just wanted money in his pocket. That's it. For drugs and birthday gifts. Like, damn.
The next picture is exhibit number 3. It's already been marked as exhibit number 3. The picture of the charm, PRE, in the flower pot.
Objection, Your Honor.
Idiot.
Sir, we're going to show these to the jury and ask you some questions as we go, okay?
Yes.
You need a pointer?
Supposedly, this one right here works.
They dying for these chains, man. Dying for these chains. Don't none of this stuff mean nothing. Real families hurt. I'd rather stay broke if I gotta deal with this to get money. Being broke is easy. You know what I'm saying? Allegedly. The love of money and fame
picture's so blurry on the overhead. Maybe you would resume the lights. We're gonna have to go sort of old school. All right.
And uncomfortable tight jeans. Yeah.
Hold this here. We'll start standing here, and I'm gonna ask you some questions about it, and you can walk down, display it to everybody. After you testify, maybe we'll pass them as a second or to the jury. Okay. Oh, it's part of your old hub in there. But then, or might be, I'll swear it down. Tell me what we're looking at in this photograph here.
This is the front of McKee's cookie shop here. See the name there. You see officers now processing the scene. That's Adolph Gordon's Corvette, camouflage color.
Okay. And if I'm interested in this area here in front of the store, in front of this glass window.
Those were bullet casings in glass, broken glass.
Okay. And in particular, what kind of shell casings are found outside that window where we see the officers bedded down?
On the outside, we had 40 caliber shell casings, and we also had 7.62.
Okay. And let me ask you about that. Is that two entirely different calibers?
Yes.
Two entirely different sizes?
Yes.
It's 40 caliber characteristics of a handgun?
Characteristics of a handgun, it is.
And then it's 7.62, is that characteristics of something else?
Of a assault rifle.
Assault rifle. Okay. And did you watch the video obtained from McKinnon's?
I did.
Is it clear that one suspect is firing at what you would call an assault rifle?
It is.
And is it clear that the other one's firing what you characterize as a handgun?
Mr. Harriman, it never fails that something goes wrong with our tech. Is that your tech person that just came in?
It is.
Can you
We'll see how we do here. I would prefer that.
Yes. So we can all see what's going on, because then I was gonna have to get over there, and Mr. Evans was gonna have to get over there, so.
I'm trying to turn it off and on, but the next one is to kick it, but what I'm gonna do.
Technology is good, but we get used to it until it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So, listen,
Oh, that's real good. That's real good.
look, I'm just gonna turn it off.
The on and off thing works. Is that picture you're just looking at, right?
You can have to see.
That's much better.
Don't go far.
I was asking about this area right here, is that correct?
Correct.
And you said that we found two types of casings in that area?
Two different types. We had 40 caliber casings, and we also had 7.62.
Okay, 40 caliber is a handgun casing, 7.62 is that assault rifle casing?
Yes.
And this is the victim's car, is that right?
It is.
And this is where we walk in and out of the business?
The entrance.
And this is a little side area?
It is.
And later we're going to see the victim lying in this little side area, is that right?
That's correct.
The front of the store?
In front of the store with the address 2370 of McKee's Cookie Shop. We also have defects in the glass bullet holes in the glass of the door.
And we'll see this with a later picture, but let me go ahead and ask you about it. Do we find casings from inside the store where Dolph's brother was firing back from?
We did. Found 9mm.
Okay, and that's an entirely different type of handgun too, is that correct? So we have 9mm casings inside the store. We have 40 caliber casings outside the store, and we have 7.62 casings outside the store. And on a later picture, I'll ask you about one more stuff. Counter area of the store.
Front counter area inside of the business.
For perspective, the cashier's booth or whatever with the register will be right around here, is that right?
It is.
Mr. Harriman, if you can tell us what exhibit number you're using, please.
Going in order, this is 30. 31. That same outside area, is that right?
Same outside area from a different angle. You see the victim's front end of the victim's vehicle, Corvette. And you see the glass, some of the glass is broken out in the front windows, the bullet hole.
Glass glass broken out here.
Yes.
And bullet holes throughout this glass, is that right?
It is.
This is the next number exhibit 32. Closer in.
It's a closer picture of, like I said, the shattered glass, bullet holes, and you have markings on the ground with broken glass and shell casings of the 40 caliber 7.62 round.
And later on, when we see the victim's body, is it going to be in this area here?
It is, right in that area.
And when we see flower pot, like with his necklace and things like that, over this area?
For the tip of that building, yes. This view is farther back from the entrance of the business of Makita's. On that ground there, it's closer to the street of airways. On the ground, we have evidence markers with shell casings there. And we found 2.26 rounds.
223 maybe?
223, I mean. I'm sorry.
So if we're gonna, I think now we've accounted for all the casings.
Yes.
So let's start from inside the store. There are 9mm casings from Dolph's brother. Is that right?
Inside. Yes.
There are semi-automatic 7.62 casings from one of the shooters.
Correct.
There's 40 caliber casings from another of the shooters.
Correct.
And then there are these 223 casings, and is that a type of semi-automatic weapon?
Yes, it is.
From Dolph's brother as he runs out.
Yes, right. Yes.
That's exhibit number 1.
That's exhibit 33. This is 34. What are these things?
That's inside of the business. You have a door, entry door into the bathroom. It leads to the hallway that leads to the bathroom. It has bullet holes and shattered glass on the door.
And perspective from inside the store, the register's over here.
Correct, it is.
We're about to see a picture of the victim's body, and it is going to be in the area of this little side area. Is that right?
Correct.
Going to go out of order to exhibit 36. It's just that little side area.
That's the little side area we referred to earlier. We have a flower pot there with its charm off of this necklace. It says PRE. Its necklace is down toward the bottom of the photo.
And then
Your mark is 53.
And if we were to come this way down a little bit, would we see the victim's body?
We would.
Those already marked states exhibit 3, the PRE charm or whatever.
Yes.
I'm going to do this one a little different. Families in the courtroom. Officer Downey, if I may publish this to the jury, just myself, Your Honor. This is a graphic photo, correct?
Yes.
This is a picture of the victim laying there in that area that you just described.
It is.
He is still in his clothes.
Yeah.
But there's evidence of medical intervention.
Correct.
But that was over. Obviously, by the time of the picture, but when you were there, he was deceased.
Correct.
This is
Exhibit number.
This is exhibit number 35. Y'all obtained the videos from out there?
We did.
And were you able to view those that day?
We did.
Let me show you a still shot from the video, ask you if you recognize it.
This is a still shot from the video of outside the front entrance of Makita's Cookie Shop, which shows victim's Corvette. It also shows a white Mercedes that's pulled in behind the victim's Corvette. It's a two-door. On the Mercedes, you can see it has some damage on the passenger side rear. You have two suspects. One is armed with a assault rifle, with basically assault rifle. He's wearing a mask over his face, no cotton mask, like wearing a blue hoodie with some sweats, gray sweats, and some shoes. And the other suspect, he's wearing a black baseball cap, but has Bass Pro on it. Also has his face covered. Has a black hoodie, some gray sweats. Gray sweats has a little, I guess, insignia on it. And also has some dark colored shoes with white on them.
All right. Oh, could that March the 6th, that's number is it?
The witnesses testified that this is a still shot from the video camera outside of Makita's Cookies with two people, one standing still with an assault rifle with hoodie and mask, and another one running with what appears to be a gun in his hand, a smaller gun with two cars, the Corvette and white Mercedes in the back. We'll mark this as exhibit number 37.
No objection.
Thank you.
I could already tell that when I handed it to you, I just said still shot. You looked at it like an investigator, telling me details that I guess mattered to you. Is that right?
Yes.
This is exhibit 37. And y'all had this on day one of the investigation. Is that right?
We did.
First thing you mentioned, I think, was one shooter is that an assault rifle?
It is.
And would that be consistent with the gun that shoots those 7.62 casings?
Correct.
This window, is that the one you saw busted out with the pictures that we just saw?
It is.
With the victim line here?
Yes.
And this be that side area of the store?
It is.
From that first day, y'all would have this image of the suspect with the 7.62, is that right?
It is.
Hoodie, does he appear to be wearing gloves?
He's wearing gloves.
Sweatpants, white shoes, mask.
Yes.
Second suspect, kind of gun here.
Yes.
Handgun?
Handgun.
Handgun consistent with 40 calibers that you would have seen here?
Yes.
We're still operating with some blur, but gray sweatpants, is that correct?
That's correct.
Black shoes, white soles.
Yes.
It's better in the picture than it is on the overhead. You said something about a white insignia, is that
like
correct?
a little insignia designer on the sweats on the side of it.
Let's see if I'll put the cursor on it, covers it up. We'll pass this around in a second. Black hoodie.
Black hoodie.
Mask.
Mask.
Gloves.
Gloves.
Bass Pro hat.
Bass Pro hat.
Suspect vehicle.
Yes.
What kind of car is it?
It's a Mercedes-Benz.
Color.
White.
And you see it better in the photo than on the overhead, but what did you say about this back
It
area?
has damage to the rear passenger side.
And these details we just went through, were those important to you that first day?
Yes.
And why is that?
So we can, be on the lookout for that type of vehicle with the damage that it has to it.
Okay. Because that made that vehicle distinctive.
Yeah, stand out.
Would it be fair to say that There's no still shot or camera angle which you can actually capture the suspect's entire faces.
No.
So from the first day, you do not have any type of facial identifications or anything of the two shooters.
No, we do not.
But you have clothing descriptions,
Clothing description.
gun descriptions,
Gun description.
Okay. And suspect vehicle. I meant to ask this earlier, but it makes sense now. So assault rifle like this can shoot 7.62 casings, is that right? A handgun like that can shoot 40 caliber casings?
It can.
If I've got casings that have been fired, and then I actually recover the guns, can I compare casings to guns to tell you, that 40 caliber casing came from that 40 caliber gun?
Yes.
We see that on TV sort of all the time. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that something you do, or is that something that's done by other people?
It's done by other people.
Is it first done routinely by a computer system and microscopes and stuff like that?
Yeah, it's just entered into the system that way.
Okay. And then later it can be sent to TBI or FBI or whoever to confirm that?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. In this case, did y'all ever recover handguns? Did you ever recover the murder weapons in this case?
No, we did not recover any.
So you never had any guns recovered that matched these shell casings?
That match those shell casings.
All right, we're going to change locales. We're going to change locales here to an address, Haven Court, in what used to be the 2-lane apartments.
Yes.
Okay. How was it that y'all became interested in that location?
We were on the lookout for a white expedition.
Okay. At some point in this investigation, without sort of saying what the tip was or anything like that, was y'all's attention called to a white expedition?
It was.
And did that cause y'all to go to what was called the 2-lane apartments?
Yes.
And what did y'all do when y'all got the 2-lane apartments?
We watched video.
Okay, did y'all take video from the 2-lane apartments? Okay, and that's the address on Haven Court.
Haven Court.
Okay. I think we do need to play the Haven Court video. We're going to get that video ready to play for you, Detective Dabney. At the Haven Court Apartments, were y'all interested in a particular woman that lived there?
Yes.
And was that Kiana Hopper?
It was.
And is she related to anybody involved in this case?
Yes. It was discovered that she was related to.
Was it discovered that she was Justin Johnson's cousin?
Yes.
All right, got the video ready now. Haven Court Apartments, 1 p.m., 37 minutes after the murder. For the record, this is Exhibit 5 that's held open for all the videos, right? Who is this person, detective?
But that would be the cousin.
The cousin?
Kiana.
What kind of car is that right there?
And that's the white Ford Expedition.
Kiana?
Kiana approaching the Expedition.
Two men outside. Go ahead. Were you interested in those two men?
Yes, I was.
Tell me why you're interested in those two men.
And the clothing that they have on. You see the dark sweatshirt, the gray hoodie. The black hoodie, the gray sweatpants, shoes, matching the description of the suspects that were at Makita's Cookies.
Y'all obtained video not just of them arriving, but while they were there and then leaving. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Before they leave, little leaves. They arrived 37 minutes after the murder. This is 54 minutes after the murder.
It is.
The expedition's still there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Suspects are still inside.
Still inside.
This Dodge Charger has just arrived.
Dodge Charger arrives, and you see one of the suspects come out and walk to the Charger. Yeah, you can see.
Charger just sort of repositions, but this man came outside. Is that right?
Yes. Came out up to the rear of the.
You're interested in this man?
Yes.
Sweatpants?
Sweatpants, black shoes, white soles on. Leaning into the car.
He's got bags or something now.
You see how his pants are sagging there a little bit. We have that was something that we looked at also.
In the homicide video, as he runs away, we can see his pants are sagging.
Yes.
Can we in fact see the color of his underwear in the homicide video?
Yes, we can.
Is it also blue?
Yes. He gets into it and shuts the door.
a yellow article of clothing or something now?
Yeah, looks like a yellow hoodie. He's got a,
Is this apartment building here the one that Keanu Hopper lives in?
yes, it is.
In a video of them move. We're now 93 minutes after the vehicle. Here's a Chevy.
It's a Chevrolet SUV, small SUV.
Do y'all get interested in that one too?
We did.
Expedition still there. You had a yellow article of clothing when you left that Charger?
Yes. It's what the one that appeared that he got out of the Charger. The suspect gets in, Keanu comes up to the driver's door.
The other suspect has walked off camera, is that right?
He walked out of view to the right of the video there.
Chevy's back.
Correct.
Suspect returns to the apartment complex.
He did.
Suspect returns to the white Expedition.
He did.
The Chevy track still there.
It's still there.
Keanu.
Keanu. Chevrolet.
All right, the expedition got going and the Chevy Trax got going.
Yes.
One suspect in each, is that right?
Yes.
Y'all obtained the video, interested in talking to Kiana,
Yes.
interested in her cousin, interested in the White Expedition, interested in the Chevy Trax, and who this other person may be. We are going to move there's one thing I said I was going to do that I didn't do before. The still shot from the actual shooting from 37. We talked about how it was blurry up there, and there were things you were testifying about, and I couldn't quite get the pointer in the right place. And one of those was the fact you said there was a little insignia or something on the left thigh area of the sweatpants of the shooter who has the Bass Pro hat on. Is that right?
Correct.
If I could pass this around to the jury, Your Honor. It's hard to see on the other end. With regard to the videos that we just watched from the two-lane apartments, did investigators make a timeline with still shots from the various things in that video?
We did.
Let me pass you this. We could just verify this is in fact that timeline from the Haven Court, what we also call the two-lane apartments.
This is said photo of the timeline. First arriving with the white SUV.
Yeah, if you just flip through it quick, does it appear to go from the start to the end?
It does. Start to the end. Another one where Kiana had walked out and walked back to the expedition. Also showed the two suspects getting out of the expedition and walking toward the front of the apartment complex. This one shows them inside the apartment, going inside the apartment. Also shows the charger pulling up. showed one of the suspects walking out to the Charger and getting to the rear passenger side of the vehicle. It shows suspects retrieving plastic, 2 white bags, then get inside of the rear seat of the Charger. Once he exits the Charger here, he's getting out with the 2 bags and a yellow hoodie in his hand and walk back toward the apartment complex. This one shows 2 suspects exiting the apartment complex with one with the yellow hoodie, one with the black hoodie, carrying bags, and Kiana is also with them. They walked up to one of the suspects walked and got into the white Expedition, the other got and walked over to the Chevy Trax.
Now we pose that as a collective exhibit. You can paperclip it or something. It's in order, so we could keep it like that.
This is 8 pages of still photos starting on November 17, 2021 at 12:58. Going to November 17, 2021 at 13:56. We'll mark this as a collective exhibit number 38.
All right, we're interested in Kiana's cousin, we're interested in the White Expedition, we're interested in the Chevy Trax, but is there other stuff going on in the investigation too?
Yes.
Does a tip come in with regard to a white Mercedes?
It did.
And does it call your attention to a particular place?
Yes, it did.
A small street in Orange Mound?
Yes.
Bradley Street, is that correct?
Correct.
1174 Bradley Street. What is at that location?
It's abandoned home, and when we get there, we observed a white Mercedes parked in the rear. Had damage to the passenger side rear side panel.
And to put this in a chronology, would this have occurred on November the 20th, 3 days after the homicide?
Correct.
And it would be fair, would it be fair to say that 3 days after the homicide, behind that abandoned house on Bradley, y'all found the murder?
We did.
I'm going to pass you a series of photographs. A couple of them, as you turn them over, a couple of them have been introduced already into evidence. So just read that number. Okay. Otherwise, just put them on face down on the table.
All right. This is the abandoned house on Bradley Street.
What neighborhood is that?
It's in Orange Mound, neighborhood in Orange Mound.
Did you become aware that there's a house across the street in which Mr. Hernandez Govan lived?
Correct. Directly across the street.
Eventually, does Mr. Govan also become a suspect in this conspiracy to commit murder?
He did.
You can place it down.
That was exhibit 9. This photo here shows a closer picture of the vehicle in the rear of the yard, parked between brush and trees.
This vehicle is not parked in the driveway, is it?
No, it isn't. This is a close-up picture of the Mercedes showing the passenger side with the damage, which appeared that the vehicle may have been sideswiped or something. It's a 2-door white Mercedes.
The damage that you can see in the homicide video?
Yes, that's consistent with it. That's exhibit 10. This photo shows the rear of the Mercedes-Benz, which has an Illinois tag. Do I need to read the tag?
Hmm. You place it down.
This is a photo of the driver's side of the white Mercedes-Benz. And this is a photo of taken from outside of the Mercedes-Benz on the passenger side that shows the inside of the rear seats with a Mississippi DeSoto County tag on the rear seat.
It has like another license plate on the inside of it.
Yes.
Maybe even a couple, we'll see.
Yes. This is a photo of the passenger side of the white Mercedes-Benz, which is being processed in crime scene tunnel.
Okay, so y'all take that car from the scene to the crime scene tunnel?
We did. And it also shows damage to the rear passenger side, which is consistent with the suspect vehicle and video at the keys. And this is a rear shot of the white Mercedes, the trunk area after being processed. Another photo of the Mississippi tag, close-up picture that was in the rear seat of the white Mercedes-Benz. And these are photos of two Illinois tags, license plates that were located inside of the white Mercedes-Benz.
Two more license plates.
Two more license plates, yes. Illinois. Another close-up photo of the Mississippi license plate, DeSoto County. And this is for a photo of close-up photo of the white Mercedes being processed by crime scene. This is the driver's side door of the white Mercedes being after being processed. Has the letter A written on it.
The letters that we're going to see written on it, like A, B, and C, is that something else crime scene people do?
That is. This is the photo of the driver's side rear side panel, which is indicated by the letter B. It's written in yellow after being processed. And this is the passenger side door, and after being processed with the letter D written on it. And this is another close-up picture of the white Mercedes after being processed with the letter E written on it. And this is the a photo of the white Mercedes being on the passenger side after being processed.
I wonder if we'd offer those in evidence as state's next number 2.
No objection.
The first picture we have here has already previously been marked as exhibit number 9. The next picture is a picture of the rear of the Mercedes-Benz parked in a yard, kind of wooded area. We'll mark this as exhibit number 10, 39. This is where exhibit number 10 comes from. The next photo has been previously marked as exhibit number 10. The next photo we have here is the rear of close-up of the Mercedes with the Illinois tag. We'll mark this as exhibit number 40. The next picture is a close-up of the driver's side of the white Mercedes in a yard. We'll mark this as exhibit number 41. Next picture is the picture of the inside taken from the outside of the white Mercedes, a picture of the Mississippi DeSoto County tag in the back seat. Exhibit number 42. The next picture is the white Mercedes and what's been described by the witness in the processing unit of the rear damage to the passenger side of the white Mercedes. We'll mark this as exhibit number 3. The next picture, exhibit number 43, maybe. I think I said exhibit number 43. The next picture is kind of a close-up picture of the trunk area. The witness described it as after processing. It's labeled with the numbers yellow C, with the letter C. We'll mark it as exhibit number 44. The next exhibit is the picture of the Mississippi DeSoto tag. It's kind of close up. We'll mark that as exhibit number 45. The next exhibit is close up of 2 Illinois tags. We'll mark this as exhibit number 46. The next exhibit is a picture of the Mississippi DeSoto tag. It's up close. It also has right rear seat written on the bottom of it. We'll mark that as exhibit number 47. The next picture is side panel of the white Mercedes, described as crime scene after process. The vehicle after processing is marked with the V, with the letter V in yellow. The next photo is a photo of the driver's side of the white Mercedes, marked with a letter A, described by the witnesses after processing. We'll mark that as exhibit number 49. The next photo is the rear side of the driver's side of the white Mercedes, described by the witnesses after processing, marked with the yellow B as in boy. We'll mark that as exhibit number 50. The next picture is the passenger side of the white Mercedes, marked with the letter D as in dog, after processing is described by the witness. We'll mark that as exhibit number 1. The next picture is a picture of what appears to be the top of the white Mercedes, marked by the letter E, an elephant. We'll mark that as exhibit number 52. And the next exhibit is the picture, the passenger side picture view of the white Mercedes. We'll mark this as exhibit number 53.
State's exhibit 9. What are we looking at?
Looking at the front of the house, also on the left side there, you can see back in the wooded area, the tree line. That's where they park the. That's where we located the white Mercedes Benz. That's on Bradley.
You can see some homicide Texas walking back here.
Yes, that's the gate walking to the
Car sitting back here somewhere.
Yes.
House on Bradley.
House on Bradley.
A vacant abandoned house. Is that correct?
That's a vacant. Yes, it is.
If I go across the street, I got Hernandez Govan's house.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Directly across.
I know that y'all are big on video. I've seen y'all, pull it from Nicatus, and I've seen you pull it from Tulane. Did y'all canvass this area, this neighborhood, for any possible video?
We had investigators who came to the area for video, and none was found.
No video on Bradley Street?
No video located. Again, you can see a couple of investigators, and you can see the rear of the white Mercedes Benz parked in the tree, in the bush back there.
40, we're walking up on it.
closer image of the white Mercedes with the Illinois tag.
41, driver's side.
Driver's side.
We're looking inside of it. It has like a license plate inside of it.
Correct. It has a Mississippi, DeSoto County license plate on the passenger rear seat.
Exhibit 10.
That's the passenger side view of the Mercedes-Benz. You can also see the damage there going down the passenger side of the vehicle, especially on the rear side panel.
So is it fair to say when you see this, you know that you've got your car?
Yes.
Do y'all investigate like where'd this car come from?
Yes, we would check the VIN, VIN or license plate.
Did y'all in fact find that the car was taken in carjacking in Memphis a few weeks before this crime?
We did.
Did y'all in fact find that the suspect in that carjacking was Treon Ingram?
Correct.
And I'll say it here that Justin Johnson was not a suspect in that carjacking.
No.
But car taken in Memphis a few weeks before, suspect Treon Ingram.
Treon Ingram.
Car makes it to the tunnel.
Correct. That's the tunnel.
I call it tunnel. That's where y'all process cars, is that right?
Correct. It's a crime scene investigating.
That is 53, 43. In the tunnel, now we can see that damage real good.
Yes. Damage to the passenger side, rear side panel.
We did a series of photographs. I think you said it was processed, like fingerprint dust, stuff like that you're talking about?
Yes.
And you said there were letters, that's like an A.
Yes.
Here we have back of the car B. Closer up on that. I'm going for the record. 48, 44, C, 51, D, 52, E, various license plates found in the car.
Yes.
45, Mississippi plate, 46, a couple of Illinois plates, 47, a close-up of that Mississippi plate. Now, processing the car, that's something the crime scene does, is that correct?
It is.
And they tried to lift what fingerprints they have from the car, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then they try to compare those prints to any sort of known individuals that may be in the system or whatever it is that they have fingerprints for.
It is.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you were you apprised that they were able to lift some prints from the car?
Correct.
That they were able to identify?
Yes.
All right.
in particular, I want to ask you about these, okay? This is from the 2014 Mercedes. Prints lifted from the right rear quarter panel marked D. So we saw a picture of that, the back of the car?
Yes.
Outside?
Outside.
Were found to be the fingerprint impression belonging to Cornelia Smith.
Yes.
Does that become a name you're interested in?
Come to name we're interested.
Because we got his prints on the outside back of this car.
Yes.
Prints lifted from the outside left door marked A. I think that's the driver's side. You saw a picture of it. Belonged to Kiston Garner.
Kiston Garner.
Does that become a name that you're interested in?
It does.
More prints, this one from the trunk lid marked C, also belong to Kiston Gardner, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then we have some prints lifted from one of those tags, the Mississippi tag
Yes.
that we saw 2 pictures of. They also belong to Kiston Gardner.
Yes.
And then prints lifted from the rear quarter panel marked B and the outside left door marked A, and from a brochure, a bank brochure that was found in the car, all belong to Treon Ingram.
Treon, correct.
A name that you're interested in?
Yes.
All right, so at this point, we have found the murder car.
Yes.
We have found prints from that car that belonged to Cornelia Smith,
Yes.
to Kiston Garner,
Correct.
and to Treon Ingram.
Correct.
Okay. Do we also process or attempt to process the car for any DNA or blood or like fluid evidence?
That's some crime scene officers would attempt.
Crime scene attempts to do that.
Yes.
And then if they're able to find anything or think they may have found something, do they send that then to TBI or anything like that?
Yes, they would send it up to TBI.
Okay. Are you aware that they found they were unable to find any DNA or blood or fluid or whatever evidence from inside the car?
No, we wouldn't able to find it.
From anybody? Did you become aware in the course of investigation that the car may have been cleaned?
Yes, during the course of that investigation.
We are now interested, if I understand you right, in a couple different people. Kiana's cousin, Cornelia Smith, fingerprints.
Yes.
Kiston Garner, fingerprints.
Right.
And Treon Ingram.
Treon Ingram.
Let's take Treon Ingram first. Did you want to talk to him?
Yes, we did.
Did they find him?
Located him.
Took him in custody?
Yes.
I don't want you to tell us what he said, but as a result of that conversation, did you go back to Memphis and try to get some more video?
Yes, we did.
Tell me about that.
We information that we received of a white Mercedes being in a parking garage in the crosstown area.
Okay. And did you also receive information about a white Mercedes Benz at the Valero gas station the morning of, night before, however you want to look at it, of the homicide itself?
We did.
Let's go in reverse order of what you wanted to go in. So let's start with the Valero. Okay. Did you go, after speaking with Treon Ingram, did you go to did y'all go to the Valero station, park in Highland, sort of University of Memphis area, in Memphis?
I did.
Were you able to obtain video?
We were able to obtain video.
In that video, did y'all see the white Mercedes?
We did.
Did you see a couple of those people that we talked about fingerprints. Did you see Treon Ingram?
Yes.
Did you see Kristen Garner?
Yes.
Did you see a car trade?
We did.
A little weird.
A little weird. Yes.
But you witnessed it on the video?
We did.
And what do we mean by car trade?
You have individuals in one car that get out of that car and get into the other car that someone was in, and that person get out of that car and get into the white.
So before we watch this video, do we see a Infiniti pull up at the gas station?
We do.
And do we see the white Mercedes pull up at the gas station?
We do.
Do we see interaction between those two cars?
Yes.
Do we see Mr. Ingram, Treon Ingram, go inside the gas station?
Inside the business, yes.
Do we see that there's a person left inside the Infiniti?
We do.
In the passenger side?
Yes.
Do we see Kristen Garner driving the white Mercedes?
We do.
Do we see him pumping gas in the white Mercedes?
We do.
Then do we see the two cars together pull around to the side of the business?
We do.
And an individual, we see Kristen get out of the car, is that correct?
Correct.
And another individual get inside the white Mercedes.
Inside the white Mercedes.
Valero video. Start outside. All right, Valero gas station, November 17th. November 17th, 2021. We're at 3:16 a.m. in the morning, 9 hours before the murder.
Yes.
All right. This car arrives.
Yes.
And then what is that?
That's the white Mercedes. Pull it up to the bottom.
These two cars are the cars that are together?
Yes, they pulled in together. One went to one pump, one went to the white Mercedes, went to the other pump.
So if you had a car of choice, would you pick a white Mercedes to do something like this in? I mean, because they stole the vehicle, so obviously they had other choices. Like, they just dumb and dumber.
One of the craziest things to me about this is how busy a gas station is at 3 o'clock in the morning. All right, now white Jordan. Mercedes open.
Getting out and going to pump gas.
Do we learn who this individual is?
Learned that was Kristen Gardner.
guys are coming back to Infinity. Right. Only one of them got out of Infinity. Right. It's hard to watch both cars at once. Driver gets back in driver's side. What's he doing?
He's speaking to someone passenger in the car.
Okay, so there's somebody in this passenger side of this Infinity.
Yes.
White Mercedes. And
And they drive around and pull around to the
loop around.
side of it.
Switch angles. White Mercedes.
Yes. Side by side, you can see the driver exiting.
Kissing Gardner.
Kissing Gardner. Walk around to the passenger side. There you see an individual walk around and get into the Mercedes.
Impossible. You would agree with me that it's impossible to tell if that's Justin Johnson or not.
Correct.
Correct. But would you also agree with me? Different than what Justin Gardner was wearing.
Correct. And there you can see both cars. I believe the area.
All right. And we also have video from inside, is that correct?
That's correct.
And we were watching the passenger in that Infinity never got out, is that correct? That we saw at the pump.
Right. Never got out, only the driver. You see him getting ready to enter the business.
And
Jimmy Savage
there.
Yes.
And do you know who that person is, kind of with the fatter face?
That would be Treon Ingram.
That's Treon Ingram. We can stop it there. So what we watched was an Infinity arrive at the gas station.
Yes.
With Mr. Ingram driving.
Ingram driving.
And Mr. Ingram exiting and going inside the store.
Yes.
That there was a front seat passenger of the Infinity who we did not get to see on camera at the pump.
Right.
The white Mercedes arriving.
Correct.
Mr. Gardner pumping gas.
Yes.
Both the cars swing around the other area.
Yes.
And then from the distance, video the driver of the Mercedes getting out and a different person getting in.
Different person with different clothing.
You said you're interested in the Valero station,
Yes.
and then you said you're also, after going down to Mississippi and meeting with Mr. Ingram, interested in Crosstown.
Crosstown, correct.
What is Crosstown?
It's a apartment, kind of everything. It used to be the overseer's Sears building, apartment store.
Big old building.
Big building. Has restaurants, storefronts, also apartments.
Did Kiana have a cousin that lived at the Crosstown apartments?
Yes, she did.
I guess at the time, one that was living at the Crosstown apartments.
Yeah.
And what was his name?
His name was Justin Johnson.
Justin Johnson. Did y'all obtain video from the Crosstown apartments?
Yes, we did.
Video from the day before the homicide, 11/16.
Yes.
The morning of the homicide.
Yes.
And then the evening after the homicide.
Yes.
In those videos, will we see Justin Johnson?
Yes, we will.
Will we see him wearing clothing like the shooter?
We did.
Bass Pro hat,
Bass Pro hat,
hoodie, sweatpants, emblem, shoes,
white bottom.
Will we see him arriving at Crosstown in the white Mercedes with the body damage?
With the damage.
Will we see him leaving less than an hour before the homicide in that outfit, in the white Mercedes with the body damage?
We do.
Now, y'all had also been interested in a white expedition.
Yes, sir.
Will we see him arriving in a white expedition?
We do.
And then after the murder, will we see him arriving in different clothes?
Yes.
And then packing his bags and leaving?
I think, yes.
It's a series of videos.
Yes,
okay. 1, 2, 3, 6 or 7 or 8 videos. It's also a series of still shots. If anybody needs a break, maybe now would be the time.
This will be a good time. Yeah. Let's take a brief break, ladies, and come down and discuss what you heard, any testimony, just so it's kind of refreshing. Let's take a 15-minute break.
Okay, so break time. Look, I took a break before the break. Like, I had to go eat something. So shout out to everybody that's still here. We ain't gonna be here too much longer because I am gonna go over some of the stuff that happened with this case. So the first guy that was talking, he was the investigator, Dabney. And so he confirmed that the investigators can connect bullets to weapons if they are able to find the gun. However, Dabney said they were never able to find the weapons that matched those casings found on the scene. But because they got all this other evidence against them, sent all the stuff that we just seen, the surveillance of them in the car and pulling up and all of this. So it just says the video shows one of the suspects walk out to the Dodge Charger that had just arrived at the apartment. So like I said, this whole case was pretty much played out on video recordings. I mean, they got everything. And so they might as well just admit what they did. But the video showed that one of the suspects walked to the Dodge Charger that had just arrived at the apartment. Dagny described the suspect taking a yellow hoodie and 2 white bags from the Charger. So going back to the apartment and later stepping into the white Expedition, wearing the yellow hoodie and driving away. The other suspect left in a Chevy Trax, and Dagny said investigators were interested in talking to all 3 of the people. Dagny next examined the photos of a scene 3 days after the homicide. So a white Mercedes parked near an abandoned home in an Orange Mound. So Hernandez Govan, which is one of the guys that is on this right here. He's the first one. So yeah, Hernandez Govan, who prosecutors say ordered the hit on Dolph. Excuse me. Bless me. I don't know what is going on. So they're saying that, what's his name again? Hold on, I lost my spot with all that dang on sneezing. So Hernandez Govan, who prosecutors say ordered the hit on young Dolph, lived on the other side of the street. And so the Mercedes had an Illinois tag. Hagerman showed the photos of an abandoned house scene to the jury. So they could see the Mercedes parked beneath the trees near the vacant house. So the car had been damaged on the right side of the car, which helped investigators connect the car to the murder scene. So Dagny said the car had been taken in a carjacking prior. The car had been taken in a carjacking the day before. And Justin Johnson was not a suspect in the carjacking, according to Hagerman. And Dagny agreed. So Dagny said investigators were able to lift prints from the Mercedes belonging to Cornelius Smith and 2 others. All became people of interest. So Dagny confirmed that they were not able to find blood or DNA from inside the car, becoming aware that the car may have been cleaned out, which they did. So the caseworker said the police found one of the people with prints on the Mercedes, and then they went to the Valero gas station, which we just seen that. Well, yeah, they went to the gas station obtaining video of the white Mercedes. The video presented to the courtroom showed the 2 people, excluding Smith, who had prints on the white Mercedes with the same car at the gas station. So the shooting death of young Dolph, hold on, this is a background. It's a lot of information with this case. Like I said, somebody, I don't know how many people lost their life behind this, but I know people did. And so I'm going to just read this. It said, the shooting death of Memphis rapper Young Dolph sent shockwaves through the Bluff City and nationwide nearly 3 years ago. Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith Jr. are both charged with first-degree murder, among other felonies in Dolph's death. The 2 were originally set to head for trial June 3rd, 2024, but in May, the DA's office said the defense counsel asked for more time for everyone's experts to review information, and the prosecution agreed. So the trial was then reset for March 11th. And March 11th to June 3rd. And the judge took over the case. Jennifer J. Mitchell took over the case after the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals ordered Judge Lee Coffey to recuse himself from the Young Dolph case. I don't know why, though. Hernandez Govan, who prosecutors said ordered the hit on Young Dolph, is also set to stand trial on Monday, September 23rd, in Jennifer Mitchell's courtroom. So this all comes after a Shelby County judge has granted a motion for a change of venue for the trial in February. Okay, so a change of venue happened. That meant an outside jury is being brought into Shelby County to hear the case, which received heavy media attention here. So prosecutors Paul Hagerman said the change of venue would not pose an obstacle for the prosecution. Okay. All right, so let me pull up some videos that they just put out in the last hour, just probably going over the case some more. Let me see what they talking about. Come on. Please smack that thumbs up, though, if you have not. And I appreciate everybody that did. And shout out to everybody that subscribed to the channel as well. Shout out to everybody that shared me out. I really, really appreciate that. Okay, so here's a couple that they just put out since the trial been going. So let's see what their take is on what we hearing. Then I'm gonna go and see what other people are saying. I mean, I know the chat is always lit in these cases.
What stands in recess?
Oh, okay, it's gonna stay there. That just dawned on me. So we gonna have to do this. I think I did just do this, didn't I? Let's see.
Young Dolph. There were explosive accusations and pictures of the clothes Dolph wore when he was shot were shown as evidence. Young Dolph was killed outside a cookie shop in South Memphis 3 years ago.
And prosecutors say the rapper's murder was ordered after he wrote lyrics that disrespected someone from another record label. WREG's Brian Didlake is here with a look at what happened in that courtroom. Brian?
Stephanie, Greg, day one of the Young Dolph murder trial wraps up with prosecutors laying out a motive and the jury hearing from one of the alleged hitmen.
Are these white squares showing where there are holes in the clothing?
Correct. Jurors see a photo of the t-shirt worn by Adolph Thornton Jr., known as Young Dolph, the day he was shot some 20 times. It's taken almost 3 years to bring one of his accused killers, Justin Johnson, to trial.
And within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you render an opinion as to the cause of this victim's death?
I did.
What was the cause of that?
gunshot wounds of the head, torso, and neck.
The prosecutors say Johnson and Cornelia Smith were hired killers. A $100,000 payout set and ordered by a man commonly known as Big Jook from the CMG record label and brother of well-known rapper Yo Gotti. Smith, who said he wanted money to buy drugs and for his daughter's birthday, testified for the prosecution about the deadly deal. He said they knew Dolph would be in town in late November of 2021 for his annual turkey giveaway.
Payment for Dolph?
No, I ain't for Dolph.
Was he able to say anything to y'all, or was he able to run or get away at all?
I shot through the glass, so I wasn't close up on him. I was shooting through the glass.
Sure.
I saw him standing by the window. I just got out and started shooting.
Moments after, Smith says he FaceTimed Jook using sign language to tell him young Dolph had been shot. He said Jook told him he was with his kids and would get with them later.
I just wanted my money. I did the job. I just wanted my money.
And Smith says he was promised $40,000 for the shooting. He says he received $500. Johnson's lawyer said his client, an aspiring rapper known as Straight Drop, wanted to be part of the CMG record label and is innocent. He places blame on a third defendant charged in Dolph's death, Hernandez Govin. Prosecutors say Govin planned out the hit on young Dolph, originally ordered by Big Jook.
You like to exploit. You like to exploit young rappers. Like Mr. Johnson.
Now, Big Jook was subsequently killed this past January. Young Dolph's family was in the court. His sister was one of the first to take the witness stand for the prosecution, for the protection and the protection of some of the witnesses. The prosecution has asked the media not to show their faces. The trial continues tomorrow. We're live in the studio. Brian Ditlake, WREG, Channel 3.
All right, Brian, thanks.
Big Jook had a hit on Dolph head, 100,000 on Dolph head. Made the block. I ain't with the bad boy. I jumped out. Started shooting.
The testimony set to resume in the young Dolph murder trial in about 30 minutes. Here's a live look into the courtroom. This after major revelations in that courtroom yesterday. And the questions, what's going to come out today?
Yeah, it was some dramatic testimony yesterday. And even in opening statements yesterday, prosecutors said that they were going to show that Big Jook, the brother of Memphis rapper Yo Gotti, was the one who ordered the hit on young Dolph. Fox 13 Sheila O'Connor live in the newsroom. Any ideas who jurors can expect to hear from today, Sheila?
Not yet, guys, but jurors still have not heard from the homicide investigators that responded the day that young Dolph was murdered. And of course, there is still the potential that Hernandez Govin, the accused mastermind behind this murder, there's still a chance that he could also possibly testify as well. Behind me, again, a live look into that courtroom testimony expected to resume in about 30 minutes. Now, yesterday, jurors heard bombshell testimony from Cornelius Smith, the second suspected gunman in this case. During his testimony, Smith admitted to shooting and killing young Dolph, and when he was showed video of the two gunmen, Smith then identified Justin Johnson, who's on trial right now, as the second gunman. Smith then testified that he and Johnson knew Govin, that Govin was trying to get Johnson a record deal with CMG, which is Yo Gotti's record label, and that Smith often bought drugs from Govin. Smith then testified he only knew Johnson for a few months before the murder, and that Govin had told both of them about the $100,000 hit prosecutors say was ordered by Big Jook. Then Smith detailed surveillance video showing two people getting out of a white Mercedes.
First guy out of the car, who's that?
It's me.
That's you? Which one of the guns do you have?
I got the little Draco stab on.
Okay, that's that semi-automatic weapon, is that right?
Again, testimony expected to resume here in about 30 minutes. Our Fox 13's Jeremy Pierre inside that courtroom as well. He'll bring live updates. You can also follow this live.
First guy out of the car, who's that?
It's me.
That's you? Which one of the guns do you have?
I got the little Draco stab on.
Okay, that's that semi-automatic weapon, is that right?
Again, testimony expected to resume here in about 30 minutes. Our Fox 13's Jeremy Pierre inside that courtroom as well. He'll bring live updates. You can also follow this live on our website on fox13memphis.com.
And they're about to get set to get going here in about a half hour. Sheila O'Connor.
Smith often bought drugs from Govan. Smith then testified he only knew Johnson for from Govan. Smith then testified he only knew Johnson for a few months before the murder and that Govan had told both of them about the $100,000 hit prosecutors say was ordered by Big Jook. Then Smith detailed surveillance video showing two people getting out of a white Mercedes.
First guy out of the car, who's that?
He was brave
That's
as
you?
heck, man.
Which one of the guns do you have?
Brother.
I got the new Draco still.
Okay, that's that semi-automatic weapon. Is that right?
Again, testimony expected to resume here in about 30 minutes. Our Fox 13's Jeremy Pierre inside that courtroom as well. He'll bring live updates. You can also follow this live on our website on fox13memphis.com.
So I have ran across
they're
a
about
video
to get,
from
set to get going here in about a half hour. Sheila O'Connor live.
Let me see if I could find it, because young Dolph was hit 6 years ago in front of a Lowe's. Let's see. And then, okay, so here was a person of interest. Okay, they talked about Jamarcus. Let me play. Wait, authorities detail to track down. Okay, let's play a couple of these.
Right now at 5, 3 men in police custody in the Young Dolph murder case. Shelby County District Attorney's Office and Memphis Police Department with new developments over the past 24 hours. A third man, Shondell Barnett, is facing charges of accessory after the fact to first-degree murder, accused of assisting Justin Johnson as he evaded law enforcement. Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith are both in custody and have been indicted. They're both charged for first-degree murder. Smith is being held without bond tonight. Well, Brad Broders is live at the still-growing Young Dolph Memorial on Airways. That's where the rapper was shot and killed November 17th. So, Brad, what kind of help did authorities get in the case?
I remember when this first happened, they was blaming Makita's Cookies for this and saying that they was involved. And that's when I usually get out of stuff. Like, I cannot follow messy stuff and without any proof. And so I kind of tapped out. And so it's a lot of stuff that I don't know about this case. So it was interesting to me to see, you know, at least one of the witnesses was unalived, one of the persons of interest. I just heard a lot of rumors about different things happening. I don't know what really ended up being true or not. So we gonna find out in these couple videos.
Well, Rudy, in the nearly 2 months since the shooting death of young Dolph inside this store, law enforcement received hundreds of tips and leads, which led to the cross-country manhunt and capture of one suspect, the charging of another suspect locally, and potentially more arrests to come.
We do what we do, and we do it for safety of our community.
It really speaks to the work that these guys and gals do every day.
Federal and local law enforcement revealing new details on a nearly 2-month-long investigation and the relentless search for the men accused of shooting and killing Memphis rapper young Dolph, Justin Johnson, and Cornelius Smith.
From day one, there were leads, and these investigators have been on the
boarding.
Good evening, I'm Rick Garcia.
And I'm Pat Harvey. Breaking news, a shooting at a
ago.
popular tourist spot in Hollywood. Tonight.
Okay, so this is the one from 6 years ago. That's crazy. But I did notice he had the big cut down the front of his stomach, which is on the thing that I was just showing.
A rapper is in critical condition.
It happened just after 1 this afternoon in front of the Lowe's Hotel at the Hollywood and Highland complex.
And CBS 2's Dave Lopez is live in Hollywood with more information. Dave.
Right in front of where that shooting took place. We can't tell you the rapper's real name is Adolph Thornton. He comes out of Memphis. He's been a big star on the rap scene since 2014. He goes by the name of Young Dolph is his rapper name. He is in critical condition, according to the LAPD, but not life-threatening injuries. He apparently is
So who did this back then, 6 years ago?
either still in surgery or about to get out of surgery after being shot numerous times in the upper body right across the street. And they say it could go connected to a feud that rap groups are having, the feud that goes all the way back to February.
Everybody screaming,
This is 32-year-old rapper Young Dolph, whose latest album is entitled Bulletproof, and one of the songs on that album, 100 Shots. And detectives say just before 1 o'clock this afternoon, he was shot. Detectives say 3 men approached him right in front of Lowell's Hollywood Hotel today, where all 4 were guests. There was a fight. Young Dolph fell to the ground, and that's when one of the 3 suspects opened fire. No idea what the altercation was about, what the verbal fight was about.
Not at this point. It just sounds like it escalated from a back and forth sort of argument.
7 months ago in North Carolina, after a concert, Young Dolph had his SUV shot up. Police say nearly 100 bullets were fired into his SUV. He was not in it. Allegedly, there was a feud with another rapper. Detectives say much of what happened today is on.
So many attempts on his life, man. God.
Caught on security cameras from the hotel. After Young Dolph was shot, he staggered into this nearby shoe store, and the 3 suspects fled on foot, even though they arrived, according to police, in this gold-colored SUV. Was the victim armed?
No, not that we're aware of. We haven't found a handgun. Nobody said he was armed. Video surveillance does not show that.
Police say the 3 suspects are still on the loose. However, about 2 blocks away from the shooting, they did detain 3 men. 2 of them, we are told, have been released, but this man remains in police custody and is still being questioned. The shooting occurred just off Hollywood Boulevard, near the intersection of Hollywood and Highland, where tourists flocked by the thousands. Again, no one else was shot except the rapper, and 3 suspects remain on the loose. Detectives just confirmed me that Young Dolph was going into the hotel when he was confronted by these 3 men who happened to be, in their words, a rival group in the rap world. Again, they would not give us details how this and the shooting back in the Carolinas is connected.
I mean, the rap game is just done, y'all. It is over. Like, seriously.
Although they say they are looking at the possibility that the 2 are related. They would not give any other details other than the fact that
rap is a gang now. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all gang members. That's it.
That even though he's listed as critical, he's expected to survive the number of shots that he took. Back in the studio.
It's Dave Lopez in Hollywood.
I guess, has it always been that way? Like,
and more big news at 4. One of the men involved in the death.
Back in the day, they used to make stuff up. Like, now these people nowadays actually living the life that they rap about and telling on themselves in the dang on songs. Just stupid.
Young Dolph pleads guilty to accessory after the fact. Prosecutors say Jamarcus Johnson helped his half-brother, who's accused of actually killing the rapper, hide from authorities after the shooting.
WREG's Kwame Wilbur was in the courtroom when that plea deal was made.
Prosecutors say Jamarcus Johnson had no role in the murder of Adolph Thornton Jr., also known as Young Dolph. They say he didn't come into the picture until about a week or so after the shooting.
Jamarcus Johnson had no involvement in the homicide before the murder. He had no involvement in the homicide during the murder.
Friday morning, Jamarcus Johnson pleaded guilty to 3 counts of accessory after the fact for his involvement in the death of Young Dolph. Dolph was gunned down inside Makita's Cookies in South Memphis on November 17th, 2021. Prosecutors say Cornelius Smith and Justin Johnson were the gunmen. Prosecuting attorney Paul Hagerman says Jamarcus was pulled in after the shooting by Justin, his half-brother.
About a week or so afterwards, he took acts that helped his brother evade law enforcement.
Hagerman says Justin gave Jamarcus a car and cell phone, the same cell phone that Justin allegedly had with him before and during the murder.
His brother Justin would call the telephone and he'd place the telephone up to another telephone, and they would, in essence, trick Justin Johnson's federal probation officer into believing that Justin Johnson still had his cell phone and was still in Memphis, Tennessee.
Hagerman says Jamarcus also used the phone to facilitate phone conversations between Justin and Cornelius Smith after the shooting regarding money.
And that somebody else was referred to as Unc, is that correct?
Jamarcus's attorney says at the time, his client did not know of his brother's alleged involvement in the death of Young Dolph. He says many of the conversations were held in code.
There had not been any charges at that point in time. There wasn't a warrant out for his brother. I don't think he believed that his brother would be involved in something like that.
He says his client has been cooperative from the beginning. Prosecutors say Jamarcus handed over the cell phone and identified a picture of his brother wearing the same clothes as one of the shooters. He also agreed to testify against his brother if called. Ackerman says Dolph's family is confident justice will be served.
They're encouraged by the progress in litigation, and ultimately one day they want to see a trial of this thing, and they know this is a step toward that.
Jamarcus faces 6 to 12 years in prison. Reporting from 201, Kwame Wilborn, WREG, News Channel 3.
So here's what's next for Johnson. He's due back in court on August 10th. His attorney says his sentencing will more than likely be delayed until the entire case involving all of the defendants comes to a conclusion. As part of his agreement for cooperating, Johnson's bond was reduced to $25,000. Now we have a breaking news update out of DeSoto County. Hernandez Govan made his first appearance in South Haven Court this morning. He's the same man who's accused of being the mastermind behind the shooting death of rapper Young Dolph. WREG's Mike Sirianni was at this morning's hearing and reports on his latest run-in with the law.
Do you have any comment, Mr. Govan, about the proceedings today? About what's going to happen?
Hernandez Govan clearly ignoring my questions Wednesday morning as he waits to enter South Haven Municipal Court. Court records show 44-year-old Govan was stopped by South Haven police Sunday evening near the intersection of Getaway Road and Dickerson Drive. He is charged with traffic violations and was served a warrant for a stalking and harassment incident in 2019 in Olive Branch.
Can you comment on the arrest or the warrant out of Olive Branch that you were served with?
I went by the address in Olive Branch connected to the 2019 warrant, but no one answered the door. Govan is currently also on bond and facing charges for his alleged role as mastermind behind the shooting death of rapper Young Dolph in 2021. Records from Wednesday's court appearance.
Was he the one that ordered the hit, or Juke, or whatever his dang name is? Like, they both ordered a hit?
In South Haven show Govan charged with driving while license suspended, expired tag, and a fugitive from justice charge dismissed. After leaving court Wednesday, Govan again had nothing to say.
Can you talk to us about what's going to happen now? Mr. Govan.
Hernandez Govan is scheduled to be back here in South Haven Municipal Court on July 24th on those traffic charges. He's also scheduled for an August 20th hearing in DeSoto County Court relating to that 2019 incident in Olive Branch. For your news leader in DeSoto County, I'm Mike Sirianni, WREG News Channel 3.
And Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy told WREG his office will review Govan's South Haven arrest and determine whether it will impact his upcoming September trial relating to Young Dolph's murder.
Mr. Hernandez, I'm going to set this case.
Oh, no, this ain't next, but let's
September 21st is 5 weeks from today.
They rip into him.
Okay. Ms. Taylor submitted to the court a progress letter regarding your conditions of your bond and efforts that she's making to supervise you. I gave a copy of that to Mr. Durham Sussman. She gave me this about 2 weeks ago because she had some concerns. She's indicated that you're asking for some relaxed conditions on your bond, that you want some of the restrictions removed or want some of them lessened. And
what's up with the cameraman, man?
Govan is asking for other things. At first, it started with you wanted to go close
Why
shopping.
is
I think
he
our
looking
response
like
was
that?
you have Amazon.com, delivery of clothing. You also wanted to go grocery shopping. I told you call Kroger, and they'll deliver your food to your house. And I also got an answer, we got a request that indicates that perhaps you want to be given the same consideration of some other folks, and that you think that you want to be permitted to go to work full time. Let's go down. You're on bond because all parties agreed to that. Those conditions were set by this court. Those are conditions that all parties agreed to. And I don't see any reason at all why this court should relax those conditions until this go back.
Young Dolph wanted to live.
A fully fledged person with no restrictions at all. Go to work when you want to, go shopping when you want to, leave the county when you want to, go to other places when you want to. Let's go back. You're on those restrictions for a reason, and part of those reasons is for your own safety.
Right. So why they saying this?
Probably aware that Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee is the first most violent metropolitan area in the country. This case is.
I mean, I don't know if this was because before, like, this is an older video, but I'll just keep playing.
Generated a substantial amount of publicity, and if you're running around free in Shelby County, Mr. Govan, knock on wood, somebody might be trying to kill you, sir. So it is not in your best interest to just coffee, take away all these conditions and let me just do what I want to, go where I want to. And there have been some instances where you were allowed apparently to take a couple of trips. That can't happen anymore. Because of the conditions of this bond,
like what
that, this court set this
what
bond,
is going on
you
here?
can't deviate from those conditions unless this court tells you to do so. I'm told.
Why is he taking trips and acting like he ain't a fugitive? Like he didn't do anything. Like, what is going on?
by Ms. Taylor that she's having some difficulties in supervising the bond because she had a couple of trips that were approved that was not approved by the court, were not discussed with the court, were not discussed with Mr. Handel Durham, and that's a violation of your bond. So I don't know who gave you permission to take those trips to leave Shelby County, but unless you hear from Judge Coffey.
So he took a couple trips. Was he on social media in these trips? Like, is that how they found out?
Don't say anything else. Unless you hear from Judge Coffey and Handel Durham, your attorney of record here, Mr. Rohrer is probably not going to be in on most of these settings, but unless you're in court on the record with Mr. Durham and his court and Ms. Taylor and asking the court for some relief and say, Judge, I need to do certain things, will you please approve it? It cannot be done unless it is approved by this court, Mr. Govan. You understand
You didn't know that?
And please, please, please stop asking Ms. Taylor, probation management group, if they can relax these restrictions or if they can do certain things or let you go shopping or let you get a job because she doesn't have authority to do that. Ms. Taylor will do what the court ordered when I entered the bond conditions on this case and placed those conditions under seal. Those are not negotiable. You're not open to discussion. You're not open to change unless Mr. Durham files a written petition in court and says, Judge Coffey, I'm asking that you modify some of these bond conditions. Now, unless Mr. Durham asks for Mr. Go back and talk to Mr. Durham and say, will you please address Judge Coffey about doing certain things? He'll do so. But I think what Mr. Durham will tell you is that, Mr. Govan, you should be blessed that you are on bond. The only other resolution for Judge Coffey is to put you back in jail pending the disposition of these charges. Your lawyers have worked, yeoman's have done a great job in getting you released on bond until these cases are settled. But I do not intend, and I want you to hear me clearly, I do not intend, unless there's a substantial change, I do not intend to change the conditions of this bond and say, look, I thought about this, we're going to relax this. So unless there's some earthquake can change, something that's significant, that says, Judge, something has come up, we're asking you to modify these bond conditions. Mr. Govan, the bond conditions that were entered from both sides agreed to release you on bond, those are immutable. They would not be changing, sir. It could get worse. It could get more restricted, but they're not going to get any less restricted, Mr. Govan. You understand that, sir? Yes, sir. Keep working with your lawyer. Give Mr. Durham, and Mr. Durham will continue to discuss your case with Mr. Manny Aurora. Give them anything that you want them to look at for you. Now, see you back in court on Thursday morning, September 21 at 9. Any questions? No. Just go back and step out in the hallway. Don't leave the floor. Mr. Durham will be out in a few minutes, sir. Thank you, sir. I'm page 1, Mr. Handel Durham and his son, Debbie Taylor. Thank you all. Thank you.
Wow. Somebody has said out of 20 bullet holes, no, out of 20 entry wounds, only 4 exited. Yeah, only 4 exited, and he still had 3 in his body from the prior shootings that he was in.
Mr. Hernandez, I'm going to set this case on September 21st. It's 5 weeks from today. Okay. Ms. Taylor submitted.
One of the suspects being held in the murder of Memphis rap star Young Dolph is releasing new music while behind bars, and he's referencing the case and the investigation.
See what I mean? Like, these people are just slow. Like, what? Okay, like, so you still in here making rap songs about the case. Now, let's see what he told us in this song.
WRAG's Bria Jones joins us now live outside the Shelby County Criminal Justice Center with the very latest. And Bria, show us what you've uncovered.
Well, Greg, the song titled No Statements premiered last Thursday on YouTube. The same day it was revealed a third suspect was indicted in Young Dolph's murder. On the eve of the 1-year anniversary of his murder, a new song is letting people inside the mind of Justin Johnson, one of Young Dolph's accused killers. Johnson, whose rap name is Straight Drop, released a song titled No Statements last week. The artwork says the song was recorded over the phone from inside 201 Poplar, boasting the lyrics, "Say I'm a rapper, the state say that I'm a paid killer." The song dropped the same day Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy announced Hernandez Govan was indicted for ordering the hit on Young Dolph, making him the third murder suspect along with Cornelia Smith and Johnson. Johnson urging he has nothing to say with the words, "No statement, got to be patient, might make it home before you blink," seeming to suggest he won't cooperate with the investigation. Harsh words as Young Dolph's family, friends, and fans continue to process his killing.
Still unbelievable to me. I still don't believe that he gone. It's been a year.
We asked 2 of Young Dolph's Paper Route Empire artists about Johnson's song.
Somebody come again pulled this, so somebody giving some statements up. It just rapping about it. Somebody talking in real life. It is crazy. But I don't be thinking about it like I be trying to zone it out.
The song No Statements was released less than a week after Johnson asked a judge to be transferred out of 201 Poplar due to safety concerns. Previously, it was reported he was attacked in jail. Sheriff Floyd Bonner Jr. is considering the request from Judge Lee Coffey regarding a possible transfer. Johnson is currently being held in special management housing.
I want to be transferred too. No, we ain't got no guns in jail, so gotta stand on our 10.
The Shelby County Sheriff's Office says it is aware of the song and will now look into the matter. Now, Johnson's attorney tells me he does not have a comment. Now, outside to unpopular Bria Jones, WREG News, Channel 3.
You gotta learn to fight up in there.
Man once named as a person of interest in young Dolph's murder has now also been killed. Family members confirmed Joshua Taylor was found shot and killed at Orange Mound yesterday afternoon, leaving that community on edge as they worry who might be next. WRG's chief investigator Jessica Gertler uncovered some new details about Taylor and his possible connection to that young Dolph case. What do you know, Jess?
Well, Greg, this goes back to February 2022. Joshua Taylor was named as a person of interest in young Dolph's death, but he was never charged. Tonight, police are remaining tight-lipped about this latest incident. Loved ones shared these photos of Joshua Taylor, a father of two, the latest victim of gun violence in Memphis. They were too upset to do an interview, but Tellis Taylor, also known as CEO Teasy, was found shot to death in Orange Mound Wednesday at Spotswood and Bunton.
Now, I don't know who this guy is or what parts he may have had or if he ever had anything going on with young Dolph, but if he didn't have absolutely nothing to do with it and he got unalived, that's very unfortunate and sad. But I don't know him. I don't know if he was a rapper, if he was beefing with young Dolph. I know nothing about this guy and most of the people that I'm talking about here today. But it's a crime, and that's why we're here. This is sad, though, man. Sad.
Those who live nearby tell us Taylor was actually shot the night before, discovered lifeless in a car hours later. MPD says the investigation is ongoing, refusing to answer any questions about the case or whether it has any link to Memphis rapper Young Dolph. In November 2021, Dolph was killed outside a South Memphis cookie store. 3 months later, MPD called Taylor and another man persons of interest. Taylor was reportedly questioned but never charged. Those close to the case tell us Taylor is part of a group, the same group linked to the suspects charged in connection with Dolph's murder.
It's sad. It's very sad. It's awful.
Taylor's death has left the community on edge, as many fear the violence isn't over, that retaliation will only continue.
So they just said he's linked to the same
Last week,
group?
Jamarcus Johnson pleaded guilty to 3 counts of accessory after the fact in Dolph's murder. Johnson was accused of helping the alleged shooters, one of them being his half-brother. As many fear the violence isn't over, that retaliation will only continue. Last week, Jamarcus Johnson. Dolph was killed outside a South Memphis cookie store. 3 months later, MPD called Taylor and another man persons of interest. Taylor was reportedly questioned but never charged. Those close to the case tell us Taylor is part of a group, the same group linked to the suspects charged in connection with Dolph's murder.
It's sad. It's very sad. It's awful.
Taylor's death has left the community on edge, as many fear the violence isn't over, that retaliation will only continue. Last week, Jamarcus Johnson pleaded guilty to 3 counts of accessory after the fact in Dolph's murder. Johnson was accused of helping the alleged shooters, one of them being his half-brother, get away.
He has to tell the truth. That's what this was a guilty plea is hinged on. He has to tell the truth.
Jamarcus Johnson is out on bond. He'll be sentenced in August. We've asked the DA's office if he'll get any protection, but haven't heard back.
And going back to Taylor's killing that happened yesterday, loved ones tell us this loss has really hit them hard. They're just devastated, especially for his children. Now, Greg, I just checked my email and I did hear back from the DA's office. They were saying they're limited on what they can say, so their investigation isn't compromised. But of course, we're going to continue to press for answers.
Yeah, and you're right. Those left behind are always the ones who suffer the most.
Yeah.
All right, Jess.
Of course. I mean, this is crazy. So, I mean, when we started this thing, this is a guy right here that they said actually ordered the hit. And so this is his brother, Yo Gotti. And I don't know why they won't just be rappers and let everybody. I mean, why do it have to come to this? I mean, at the end of the day, who won? Who wins? No one. And I'm still gonna say that dude saying that he did this on his daughter's birthday so he could buy her gifts and drugs and whatever else party goods he wanted is absolutely disgusting. I mean, this is a embarrassment, really. I mean, these people are a joke. Like, you could leave the hood and never have to worry about nothing else, but you choose to just go through this because of what? Why do everything got to be a competition? It's sad, man. Young Dolph, he was a good one. I mean, he was actually helping the community. He was helping people that were less fortunate. I mean, I'm gonna play the video on the way out. He was donating to the cancer treatments and stuff, and they riddled him with bullets with no remorse. And it's sad. Nobody wins. This guy, unalived. They said he ordered the hit. And they said his brother hadn't even said anything publicly about his brother since his death. He died in January of this year. And again, they caught him lacking. He had went to a funeral, sitting in a parking lot, and they came up on him right here. And I didn't hear a lot of people. I'm sure everybody was talking about that when it happened, though. I mean, but at the end of the day, like I say, you get out, you do all of this. I mean, listen, this is part of that whole drug money, blood money. It will never prosper. It's either jail or hell. Jail or hell. Nobody wins. And you lose everything that you use to spend that money on. Blood money.
Hey, look, y'all. But look, stop. Look. Back in the day. Tell them to get the VIP tickets for next Friday. Tell them to get the VIP tickets. It's sold out. It's sold out. They can't get it. They don't know nothing for sure. You can't get it. Tickets a booth. Ain't no tickets a booth. Yeah, I know Memphis. I ain't promoting. Memphis, I got some rich friends out of town. I don't even need y'all there. Send me that. Send me that. Send me my drop, boy. Hey, look, y'all. But look, stop. Look. Back in the day. Tell them to get the VIP tickets for next Friday. Tell them to get the VIP tickets. Sold out.
Young Dolph.
I decided to visit West Cancer Center and Clinic today just to show my appreciation for, like, over the years. I had several family members that come through here and been patients of this clinic, so I just really wanted to show up and show them my support, show them my like how thankful I am just for them being them.
I know it's been a tough past few years, everybody. Just kind of talk to me about that also while you're here.
I got a aunt. My aunt, she's currently here. Like, she has cancer. My grandmother had cancer. My uncle had cancer. And they all came through these doors, and I just wanted to show up and just really thank them for what they do, because it ain't an easy job. Like, it's kind of hard. You know what I mean? Just seeing people in those conditions. Like, some people be more down than others. Some be all right. It's really just be all about timing. Like, even the ones that be all right, it's like it only lasts for so long, but they do a hell of a job, and I just wanted to come and congratulate them. Let them know, like, they appreciate it.
Just kind of tell me why we're here right now. Why?
Now, to me, these two videos show a lot about the guys' hearts. You know, Juke here, he was messing around. He was joking with people from the hood, telling them, you know, it's sold out. I got all these rich friends. I don't need y'all there. So he's for the people in his video. And these are just random videos that I just happen to pick. And then Young Dolph, we see where his heart was at, helping people in a real way, feeding the homeless, feeding people in the community, donating turkeys, helping the cancer treatment because of his family, and not just surrounded with his BS, with whatever he had going on. He was really helping people in a real way. I'm sure, I mean, he was going to Makita's. He probably was buying a bunch of cookies from them all the time, probably handing them out. I mean, I could just tell, like, he had a good heart just because of that act that I see. And anytime you're helping the community, that's a good thing. Some people do it just to look good, but I feel like the fact that he picked a treatment place that meant something to him, that was in his heart. And they take people out like this. It's just disgusting. And so I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. We've been in here for a minute. If you didn't get a chance to smack that thumbs up, and let me get his ugly mug up off of here. You know, prayers to young Dolph's family. I know this is hard for them. Everybody in the world is talking about their loved one. We seen that his sister came on the stand. And I mean, he was just like anybody else. He just could rap. You know what I'm saying? And he was successful with what he did. But these are regular people living regular lives who don't, you know, they want to live too. They love their family and stuff. So, you know, it's just sad. I'm lost for words right now. Because you got some, these people have talent. You know, young Dolph, the people that he's feuding with, Yo Gotti. I mean, it's his record label, it's his brother. I mean, I don't know what's going on with him. Like if he's gonna I guess he ain't facing no type of charges. I don't know. What are they saying about him? Besides, it's his brother. But the feud was with all of them. You feud with one, you feud with them all. So I don't know what's going on with that. But let me see. Yeah, thank you, BFF. She said thank y'all so much for tuning in. I appreciate everybody that tuned in today. And like I said, please smack that thumbs up and subscribe to the channel if you have not. Set all notifications so you know every time I go live. And shoot, we out of here, y'all. 5 hours later. Y'all have a great rest of the day. And as far as these people,
lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. You going to jail. Lock his ass up. Nanny boo boo.
all right, y'all. We up out of here. Peace and love, y'all. Shout out to everybody on YouTube and Facebook. Thank y'all for the likes and the hearts over there. Peace and love, y'all. We out.